All rise. The Superior Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Mark will be presiding.
Okay, good morning. Please be seated.
Good morning.
We didn't even turn the lights on for you today. I don't know what's going on in here. So the positive thing about having off Monday is today's Wednesday. All right? We're halfway through the week, feeling solid, right? We're over the hump. Once you wake up on a Wednesday, you know like the day's pretty much over and the week is already half done. You woke up already? You're good? Well, let's just do it. All right. I'm glad everyone's back. Everyone's safe. We're back on the record. State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 19-02-0283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Chris Becker, Assistant Monmouth County Prosecutor for the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Monica Mastelon on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro, who's present.
Good morning, Judge Andy Murray, Mr. Caneiro.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Caneiro.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. Prosecutors, are we ready to proceed with our next witness?
Yes, Judge. The state calls Sergeant Stephen VOGT.
Okay. Morning, sir.
Morning, Judge.
You can just put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. You can move the chair first. I don't want you to fall over. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Once you're seated and comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Stephen VOGT, V-O-G-T.
Okay. Prosecutor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Where are you employed?
The Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
In what capacity?
I am currently the Detective Sergeant of the Crime Scene Unit.
And how long have you been with the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office?
I've been with the Prosecutor's Office approximately 9 years, since March of 2017.
Were you in the crime scene unit the whole time?
Yes.
Now, prior to being with the Prosecutor's Office, where did you work?
I worked as a patrol officer with the Atlantic County Police Department for approximately 9 years as well.
Okay, and prior to that, what did you do?
I attended the Cape May County Police Academy, and then shortly after that, obviously, I was hired by the Atlantic County Police Department, and then was hired by the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, right after that.
Now, in terms of your role as a crime scene unit detective, and we heard a little bit of this through Detective Catalona, but can you just remind us what your role is, specifically what you do in that unit and your responsibilities?
Sure. Crime Scene Unit, we respond to homicides, any suspicious deaths, suspected arsons, confirmed shootings, sex assaults, aggravated assaults, sometimes robberies, burglaries. And our responsibilities when we respond is primarily documentation, be photographic documentation or other documentation, as well as evidence identification, collection, and processing.
Now, what kind of training have you had to become a detective and now a sergeant in the crime scene unit?
Sure. So obviously at the Cape May County Police Academy, I was trained in all aspects of law enforcement to include crime scene investigations. I attended, ironically, the while I was a patrol officer, I attended the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office Crime Scene Unit Crime Scene Investigation course. But obviously when I was hired by the Prosecutor's Office, I immediately attended the New Jersey State Police Crime Scene Investigation School, which is approximately 7-week long schooling or teaching that taught us all aspects of crime scene investigations. That included 2 weeks of fingerprint analysis, and the remainder was everything else.
Now, in terms of your role as a detective, now sergeant in the crime scene unit, is there essentially a premium placed on preserving the integrity of evidence and of crime scenes?
Yes,
And have you had training on that?
yes.
Can you tell us, let's start with a piece of evidence specifically. What, if anything, do you do to ensure the integrity and the preservation of a piece of evidence that you collect?
So the first thing we do, and most important, any crime scene, we put on nitrile gloves. Those are for two reasons. One is my own personal protection. Obviously, we're potentially dealing with biological material or other dangerous material. And secondly, so we want to be safe. So secondly is contamination, or to avoid cross-contamination between items of evidence. I don't want to put my fingerprints or my DNA on any piece of evidence, and I also don't want to cross-contaminate between items.
And how about a crime scene? Is it the same, or do you do other things to preserve the integrity of a crime scene?
Sure. Well, going back to the evidence portion of it, every piece of evidence is collected and packaged in its individual paper evidence containers. That's envelopes, bags, boxes, and that obviously ensures that there's no cross-contamination. But going to your question of the crime scenes, first thing we do is ensure that the crime scene is secure. In this case, Cold Snake Police and Fire Police did a great job of ensuring the intersections of both Willowbrook Road and 34, as well as Willowbrook and Evergreen Lane, were blocked off, both with their patrol vehicles and with crime scene tape surrounding the scene. And that was done to ensure that there's no vehicular or unauthorized vehicular or pedestrian traffic moving in or out of the scene.
Okay, so let's talk about November 20th of 2018. What, if any, notifications did you receive?
I was notified by, at that time, Sergeant Ryan Muller of the crime scene unit, and advised to respond to 15 Willowbrook Road in Cold Snake.
About what time did you respond?
About 2:51.
Okay, and who, if anyone else, was already there from the crime scene unit in the prosecutor's office?
So specific to the crime scene unit, Sergeant Muller was on scene, as well as Detectives Cordoma and Flanagan.
Now, were you ultimately assigned as the lead detective from the crime scene unit?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and what does it mean to be a lead detective? from the
So
crime scene?
being the lead detective essentially means that, especially in a large-scale investigation like this, there's going to be a lot of detectives involved. I believe every detective in the crime scene unit have had a role one way or the other throughout this investigation. But as the lead, all evidence, all photographs ultimately funnel their way to me. That might be through the evidence as it's being collected, maybe in another scene, because I can't be in two places at once, is going to be brought back to the crime scene unit's temporary evidence vaults, and ultimately it gets put into my custody. And the reason we do that is to ensure that nothing gets missed. We want to bring it in, and then those decisions are made by the lead as to what the next steps are. And again, just so that I'm reviewing and understanding everything that's going on throughout the investigation.
So you're essentially like the point person?
Yes, I'm the evidence custodian, if you will.
Did you write a report in this particular case?
I did.
Okay, you wrote several reports, right?
Yes, I did.
Did you write your first report in particular on February 1st of 2019?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S-275. May I approach, Judge?
Okay.
I'm showing you what's been marked as S-275. Is that your report that you wrote on that date?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm just going to ask you, if you need to refer to your report, just please let us know.
Okay.
Can you lay out the scene for the jury as to 15 Willowbrook Road when you arrived?
Sure. Upon my arrival, so 15 Willowbrook Road is a large property located on the south side of Willowbrook Road. That's in between the intersections, as I mentioned earlier, of Route 34 and Evergreen Lane. Upon my arrival, I ensured again that the crime scene was secured, which it had been by fire police were at those intersections, basically making sure that no unauthorized vehicles came in. There were multiple fire department members and trucks lined up along Willowbrook Road, as well as in the scene to ensure that, because there was active and ongoing fire suppression efforts going on. So there was still a very active fire at that time, to include heavy smoke emanating from the interior of the house. It was approximately 47 degrees and cloudy on that day. And I was advised upon my arrival, what I knew right away was that there was one male victim deceased on the front lawn.
Now, you talked about how there were other crime scene unit detectives from your unit on scene already.
Yes.
Were there any other officers or detectives from the prosecutor's office on scene when you arrived?
Yes.
Who was that?
I spoke with Detective Patrick Petrozello, and not from the prosecutor's office, but also Detective Rich Cirillo from the Colts Neck Police Department. But they were on scene from the major crime, or at least Pat was, from the Major Crimes Bureau.
Shortly after you arrived, did you and they and the other officers from your unit engage in a field briefing?
Yes.
What is that?
So we meet, especially for homicides, but in general, we always want to meet, and two reasons. One is to assign roles. That was really at that time when I was assigned as the lead forensic detective. I was also advised of everyone else's role within the crime scene unit. Sergeant Ryan Mueller was supervising as well as assisting as needed. Detective Flanagan was assisting as needed. He had already taken several photographs prior to my arrival. And Detective Cordoma was assisting from a crime scene standpoint, but was also responsible for the origin cause investigation as well as electrical wiring documentation.
So as a result of that field briefing, did you learn any information that happened or things that occurred prior to your arrival?
Yes.
And was that helpful to you in terms of your job as the lead detective from the crime scene unit in terms of processing the scene?
Yeah, so it's just getting an overall understanding of the scene. Like I said, the fire was still active. Fire suppression efforts were still going on. Detective Flanagan had taken a series of overall photographs of the scene, and we want to do that, especially in a fire, as early as possible. So he was obviously there earlier. So he took those photographs, and it helps with the origin and cause investigation. It showed, heavy flames coming there, specifically from the photographs from the rear of the property showed heavy flames coming from the interior of the residence, and generally speaking, where those flames are. We also, I'm sorry, can you repeat the remainder of that question?
It's okay. I was actually going to ask you if you could, along those same lines, if you could tell us who, if any, victims did you learn about? You already mentioned the one, but can you please just describe for us all of the victims and their names and their locations?
Sure. So I was advised that Keith Caneiro was located in the northwest of the property, or northwest of the building. He was deceased and covered with a tarp. That tarp was utilized by fire personnel. Jennifer Caneiro, her body was located inside the foyer. So basically, if you walk through the front door, make an immediate left. There was two sets of stairwells. One's going up and one was descending down to the basement. Jennifer Caneiro's body was located on the floor in the foyer with her head on her back, with her head facing roughly towards those descending stairs. The ascending stairwell directly to the left of that is moving up to a platform, which ultimately leads to the second floor. I was advised that Sophia Caneiro's body was located on that platform area. Firefighters had removed her body from the interior of the scene and brought it out to the front porch area. Detectives, again, prior to my arrival, detectives had placed her body in a transport body bag and ultimately brought her to a pop-up tent, a temporary pop-up tent area that was created on the driveway. And lastly, Jesse Caneiro's body was located in the kitchen. Detectives had removed his body from the scene and placed it in a transport evidence bag, or transport body bag as well. He was brought out to that same pop-up tent area.
Now, did there come a time when you went inside of the house?
I did. So the decision was made because Jennifer Caneiro's body was still inside the house. They were having difficulty getting in there prior to my arrival, but the decision was made to enter the house again. While we did that through that foyer area, I did capture some photographs of that area as best I could, and then we entered for the purposes of removing Jennifer Caneiro's body from the scene. She was also placed in a separate transport body bag. and brought to that same pop-up tent area.
Okay, so just in terms of the scene now, you have Jennifer and her two children's bodies are under the pop-up tent?
Yes.
And then Keith's body is still where it initially was when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
At about 3:10 p.m., did you begin processing the scene?
Yes.
Okay, and what specifically did you do first?
So I first documented Keith Caneiro's body under the tent. We were still waiting for investigators from the Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's Office to arrive, but I documented the location of his body as well as what it looked like. His body was covered with a white sheet and then a red tarp. So I wanted to document that location, but also document any evidence that was visible in that area. There was a cellular phone located on the grass to the east of his body. So essentially, where he was located, like I said, was in the, if you're standing on the street looking at the front of the residence, I think going forward I'm going to explain it this way, it'll be easier, but it was the front right of the property was where his body was located, and his head was facing roughly north towards the street away from the residence. So east of his body was his cellular phone. So I documented and collected that phone for two reasons. One, I knew that as the medical examiner's office arrives on scene, they're going to obviously do an on-scene examination. I didn't want anything to happen to that cellular phone. But I also wanted to get it into the hands of the computer crimes unit as quickly as possible.
Now, overall, on November 20th, did you take photographs of both the inside and outside of 15 Willowbrook Road?
Yes, I did.
And did you also take photographs of the property and the inside of the property on several days thereafter?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as, it's going to be S1C. I'm showing counsel. Sergeant, do you recognize this?
Yes, I did.
And just in there, what are those?
These are the photographs throughout the investigation, but particularly the photographs I took at 15 Willowbrook Road.
Are they, and let me just ask you, you and I sat down and in preparation for trial, we painstakingly went through the numerous photos that you took, is that correct?
Correct.
And we narrowed down the ones for purposes of trial, so we don't have to show every single one of them, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, the photos in there, are they a fair and accurate depiction of what the scene looked like at the time you were photographing it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I can take that. Judge, permission to publish specific photos.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, sure. We can drop the lights.
Please have slide 120. Sergeant, what are we looking at here?
So, as I referenced earlier, if you're stepping through the front door, turn to your immediate left, facing east. There's two sets of stairwells. The ones to the left of this photograph are the ascending stairwell that run along the front of the house, leading up to the second floor. That, it's difficult to tell, but that, to the right of that is the descending stairs. Those lead into the basement. There's heavy smoke throughout the residence, but particularly coming up through that basement area. Jennifer Canero's body is located just at the top of those stairs that lead into the basement, and their yellow tarp was placed over her body by fire personnel.
So just to be clear, Jennifer's body is located under that tarp in this picture.
Correct.
Can we please have slide 121? Just a little bit of a different angle.
Yeah, so just kind of going forward, the way I take my photographs, especially the overall photographs, is working in a clockwise direction as best I can. and then panning from left to right. It doesn't have to be left to right, just the way I do it, but, so I'm taking overlapping photographs. If I were standing in each corner of this courtroom, for example, I'm gonna photo this area so that they overlap slightly, so I don't essentially miss anything. So that's what we're doing here. I'm standing in the same area, just panning to the right. You can see that yellow tarp to the left of this photograph. And then obviously the smoke.
Sorry, can we please have 122?
This is just a more close-up photograph of those stairs and the tarp where Jennifer Caneiro was located. Again, her body, she was found to be on her back facing the stairs, the descending stairs, with a significant amount of debris on top of her body, as well as, again, that tarp.
Did you have the opportunity to make observations of Jennifer's body?
Yes, I did.
What observations did you make?
She had extensive fire injuries throughout her body, to include charring, skin splitting, soot deposits throughout pretty much the entirety of her body.
If we could please have slide 123. Sergeant, what are we looking at here?
So this is a photograph of that area where Keith Caneiro's body was located. Again, he's at northwest of the structure. That tree, for reference, you're going to see a lot of different angles of not only Keith Caneiro's body in this tarp, but also that area in general. So this tree is a good reference to kind of pointing you towards the residence, so you have an idea of, orienting what we're looking at.
Just in terms of your process, is this the next place that you went after you removed Jennifer's body?
Yes, it is.
Okay, if we can have slide 124.
Again, just moving in a clockwise direction around that area, and around the tarp.
And 125, please.
Continuing, I'm facing roughly west at this point, just photographing another angle of the tarp in that area.
That tree, was that tree like that when you arrived?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And if we could have 126.
The reason we removed part of the tarp at this point, we were still pending or awaiting the medical examiner's office to arrive, but I wanted to document again that cellular phone next to the body prior to collecting it.
Okay, and then 127, please.
This is another mid-range photograph of that cellular phone, just to show where it is in relation to everything else.
Okay, and you indicated earlier that you had collected the phone as evidence.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and just can you tell us how you packaged it, what you did?
It got packaged in a individual paper evidence container or an envelope, and it was ultimately turned over into the custody of Sergeant Broccolieri from the Computer Crimes Unit.
Why was it turned over to him?
Because he's ultimately going to be doing the processing of that cellular phone. That's his job. Or at least somebody from that unit is.
I'm showing counsel S295 and S300. The phone evidence. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S295 and 300. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let's start with S295. What is that?
This 295 is the evidence property receipt of items that were collected from the scene on the 20th.
Okay,
First day.
and is that specific phone that is marked as S300? Let me ask you, what is S300?
S300 is that same phone that we just saw the photograph of. It is, so just quickly going into our label here, so that all of our evidence gets put into a computerized system and generates an individual number. So the number for this case, or at least the Colts Neck aspect of this case, on all evidence is 18-0832. So that's going to be consistent throughout. We then move on to the log number, which is log 1, because all items from the scene, we try and separate as best we can log-wise, just to separate scenes. Log 1-1, so ultimately it's 18-0832-1-1 is a black Google Pixel 3 cellular phone and case recovered from the grass next to the body of Keith Caneiro.
Okay, and essentially is the reason that, so you have your numbers on there that you generate, right, from your unit?
Yes,
Okay, and that's so you can track things, is that right?
that's correct.
Okay, and then if something gets sent out to another agency, will that agency then put their sticker on it as well with their own number?
Correct.
Okay, and then when it comes back to you, you'll be able to have your tracking number as well as the agency's number, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and the evidence property receipt that should correspond with that?
Yeah, so the evidence property receipt is tracking chain of custody. So that's the reason why there's two separate things here. That chain of custody just shows that all the items collected were from the scene to me on the 20th, and from me, or at least for the cellular phone, into the custody of Detective Richard Broccoliri on the 20th, and the remainder of the items, which we'll discuss, went into the crime scene unit's temporary evidence vault. So all aspects of, anytime anything is collected throughout our investigation, we have to show custody of it throughout every step of the investigation. If it goes into our temp vault and then it goes into the main evidence vault, we have our own separate tracking of that. If it goes to another lab, we have another receipt for that, so we're showing all those steps.
Now, on that evidence property receipt, is every item that you collected on November 20th listed on there?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna take the phone back from you, but I'm gonna leave that receipt with you for the next items, thank you. If we could please have slide 128. Sergeant, what are we looking at on slide 128?
So this is the back right deck, which would be the southwest deck of the property. That cone in the middle of the photograph is a picture, was placed there by Colts Neck Police. It's covering a large unspent cartridge that was at the scene. The reason that they put the cone there is because there was a lot going on, obviously, fire suppression, and a lot of firefighters going in and out. They didn't want anything to happen to that item, so they covered it with the traffic cone.
Now, in terms of the order of your process, tell us when you came over here to this area.
So it was subsequent to documenting the phone near Keith Caneiro's body. I was advised of the location of this live cartridge or unspent cartridge, and the reason that I documented it as quickly as I did is the same reason that they put a cone over it, is I wanted to collect it kind of as quickly as possible so nothing happened to it.
Okay, and if we could have slide 129.
It's a mid-range photograph of that cone. Just quickly going, I talked about my overall photographs. All of our photographs are working from outside in. We start with overall photographs to document the scene, all aspects of the scene, moving into mid-range photographs where we're documenting any items that we feel to be of potential evidentiary value or importance in relation to one another, in relation to this table, for example. So we want to capture that location, like I said, to orient what we're looking at.
And finally, 130.
That's a close-up of that live cartridge from the deck.
Okay, and was that packaged and labeled by you?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Do you recall, was there a head stamp on it?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall what the head stamp was?
I have to refer to my report.
Is it on the evidence property receipt?
It is, yes.
And what item is this on the evidence property receipt?
Item number 2.
Okay, and is the head stamp listed on there?
So the item is listed as live cartridge, head stamp GFL 10 9x19 from under traffic cone placed by Colts Neck Police on paved deck southwest of property. That GFL stands for, is the make, which is VOGT. 9x19, it, generally speaking, is just describing it as a 9mm caliber cartridge. And my understanding of the 10 is that it's the manufacture date.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked as S301. Sergeant, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That is that live cartridge. It has two different envelopes here. This is my envelope, which has the label created as 1-2. This is the envelope that ultimately gets sent to the New Jersey State Police Ballistics Lab. They have their own envelope with lab number C as in Charlie 18-10138, number 10. And then this is the cartridge itself.
Thank you. At about 4:00 PM, did anyone from the medical examiner's office arrive?
Yes.
And who was that?
Investigators from the medical examiner's office were Elise Parker and Ray Coran.
And what specifically did they do?
So they were there specifically to conduct on-scene examinations of the bodies. My photographs at that point were ultimately at their direction, but they were doing on-scene examination prior to the bodies being brought to the Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's Office for autopsy or post-mortem examination.
Did you accompany them when they went to each victim?
Yes, I did.
If we could have slide 131, please.
So during that on-scene examination, this is a photograph of Keith Canero's body. Again, for reference, his head is pointing away, his feet are pointing towards the structure, towards the residence. His head is pointing away from. He's fully clothed, hood over his head. His hands, both hands or arms are under his body, and his legs are crossed.
Was Keith the first victim that was examined?
Yes.
Was he pronounced deceased?
He was pronounced deceased via telemetry by Dr. Toma from the Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's Office. During the examination, I observed what appeared to be several gunshot wounds, particularly to his head, his back, and his torso area.
Those blue gloves in the picture, do you know what those are?
Those were by medical personnel upon arrival.
We could please have slide 132. What are we looking at here?
There is a bullet specimen. So we talked about the live cartridge, just a very, very basic. As a cartridge is fired from a handgun or from a firearm, the bullet is going to come out the barrel towards wherever the firearm is being pointed at, and the cartridge is going to be ejected out the side relatively near the location where the shooter is. This bullet is located under his body, and obviously it's difficult to see, so we pointed to it with a gloved hand.
Can we please have slide 133? Just a little bit closer.
Correct. That is a close-up photograph of that bullet specimen.
And 134, please.
That's just another close-up of the bullet specimen taken out into a gloved hand prior to packaging.
Was that bullet specimen, it was packaged and collected by you?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to show counsel and you what's been marked as S302. Okay, what are we looking at here?
This is the envelope, which is labeled as 1-3, bullet specimen from grass under the body of Keith Caneiro, northwest of property, as well as my envelope, and this is from the State Police Lab, C18-10138, number 11, and this is the bullet on top.
If we could please have slide 135. What is this, Sergeant?
Inside Keith Caneiro's pocket was his wallet.
If we could have slide 136.
This is the outside of that same wallet. It's a plastic flip style wallet.
And slide 137.
The interior of the wallet and the general contents of it belonging to Keith Caneiro.
There was some cash inside the wallet?
Yes, there was.
Credit cards?
I could refer to the
Please.
property receipt. So the item, black flip side plastic wallet containing $210 cash, 4 credit cards belonging to Keith Caneiro, 1 Metro card, and 2 gift cards from left jacket pocket.
So Wallace, can I stop you for 1 second? When we flip on and off the lights, when we go from pictures to, let's leave everything dark except just this one light back and forth so everyone's eyes don't have to keep going back and forth to try to help you guys out a little bit. Can we just figure out which one that is so that we know it's not that one? It's not that one. Nope. So if we just turn that one on, and let's turn off everything else real fast. I just want to see how it'll look. Just put that one back on. That's the one we'll put, no, just that one will go on, so then we don't have to continue to do that over and over again to the jurors and everybody else in the room. All right, thanks, guys, I really appreciate it. You didn't realize that you were going to become a light specialist, did you, when you went to the... No, sir. All right, is that a part of the academy? All right, well, we're going to add it. I'm just kidding. All right, whenever you're ready, I apologize.
Okay, thank you, Judge. I'm going to show you what's been marked, and I'm showing counsel S303. What is this?
This is that black wallet that I just referenced.
Okay, do you have gloves up here? And
I did.
can we please open that? And let me ask you, are there markings on there?
Yes, there are.
Okay, there's your number on there?
Yep, my number is 1-4.
And does that correspond with an item on that evidence property receipt?
Yes, it does. It corresponds with item number 4. You said open it, right?
Yes, please.
It asked me to open it. I knew that was going to happen. There we go.
And are those the contents that were in there?
Yes, they are. We had inventoried it and then put it back, so that's why it's out of order from what it appears in the photograph.
Thank you. If we could please have slide 138.
Sergeant, what is this that you're pointing to?
There's another bullet specimen that was recovered from that area near Keith Canero's feet.
Can we please have slide 139?
A little difficult to focus, but in the grass is just a more close-up photograph of that bullet specimen.
Are you able to circle that on the screen?
Using that? Also, no.
If we can please have this preserved.
Sure, this will be 139.1, please.
That also packaged and labeled and preserved.
Yes, it was.
I'm showing counsel S304. I'm showing you what's been marked as S304. Do you recognize that?
It is item number 1-5, identified as bullet specimen from grass south of Keith Canero's body near his feet on the northwest of the property. It's evidence, or it's item number 12 for the New Jersey State Police, and then the item itself. Top.
If we could please have slide 140. Sergeant, what
What is
is
this that we're looking at?
So,
Can you just undo that for us? It's in the corner, the circle.
oh, I see.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's okay. This is a tamper-proof seal. So after the examination, Keith Canero's body was placed into another more heavy-duty transport body bag and sealed with this seal. I photographed it to show that it had been, basically the two zippers had been sealed together to show that the bag had not been tampered with or opened prior to transport to the medical examiner's office. They're also going to photo at the ME's office during the autopsy this same seal to show that nothing had been happened in between the process or during transport.
Thank you. If we could please have slide 141.
So we then moved into, this is Jennifer Canero's body located inside that bag. The time stamp that's written on top of that of 15:22 or 3:22 p.m. is the time when her body was removed from the scene and placed into that temporary pop-up tent. Again, during the examination, her body had heavy charring, extensive fire damage throughout the entirety of her body, including skin splitting, soot deposits, and so any further injuries at that time was difficult to see.
Can we please have slide 142?
This is that tamper-proof seal so her body in that white bag was placed into a separate heavy-duty black bag and sealed with seal number 39477727.
You have slide 143, please.
This is the, again, the photograph of the bag that Jesse Canero's body was placed in. His body was removed from the scene at 14:41 hours or 2:41 p.m. Jesse sustained multiple injuries throughout his body, particularly to his face and his torso and his arm.
Slide 144, please.
That bag was placed into another heavy-duty transport bag, and the tamper-proof seal of 3947722 was secured on the bag.
Can we have slide 145?
Lastly, Sophia Caneiro, this timestamp of 14:34 or 2:34 p.m. was the time when Sophia was moved from the porch area and placed into the transport body bag. Sophia sustained multiple stab wounds throughout her body, to include her face, her torso, and her extremities.
Now, was Sophia Caneiro the only victim who was not photographed where they were found inside of the house?
Yes,
And is that because firefighters took her out pretty quickly?
correct.
146, please.
That is that tamper-proof seal after the bag that Sophia Caneiro was placed into a more heavy-duty transport body bag, and the seal of 3947721 was secured onto the bag.
I'd like to talk about what you did after you went with the medical examiners, investigators to examine the bodies. If we could have slide 147. What are we looking at here?
So I'm starting, at this point, documentation or the search of the scene, particularly where Keith Canero's body was located, so northwest of the property or the northwest side of the property. At this point, we had a little more time, and we utilized placards or numeric evidence placards to document the locations of these items. So you can see, so the numbers that are used for these placards don't show a series of events or chronological order. We're just for documentation purposes. So we can see item number 4 next to the blood where Keith Canero's body was. Again, use this tree as reference, obviously the blood as well, but the tree as reference throughout these photographs to show what we're looking at and orient the photographs.
148, please.
So now showing, taking a photograph, you can see evidence marker 4 and the blood staining to the left of this photograph. Far near that decking area on the top right of the photograph. It's hard to see in this photograph, but it's going to be evidence markers 1, 2, and 3.
I know you've said it, but just to be clear, those were shell casings?
Yes. I don't think I did say it, but 1, 2, 3, and 4 were shell casings.
And 149, please.
So I'm starting to take my mid-range photographs of those items, so working my way up towards the deck, so just a little bit closer.
Were each of those shell casings, so 1, 2, 3, and 4, were they collected and preserved?
Yes, they were.
What were the head stamps on those?
They were the same as that live cartridge from the back deck, which again is GFL 10 9x19.
Can we have slide 150?
This is just a closer up mid-range photograph of evidence placards 1, 2, and 3.
And 151?
A close-up photograph of the discharge cartridge casing or shell casing, evidence placard 1.
And if we could have slide 152?
This is more of a almost mid-range photograph of the discharge cartridge casing, evidence marker 2.
And 153, please.
That's a close-up of evidence marker 2, as well as that discharge cartridge casing.
154?
This is a mid-range photograph of evidence marker 3,
155?
and a close-up of the discharge cartridge casing of evidence marker 3.
Can you sort of see that right there in the graph? Is that
Where that is the gold?
Yes. Circle?
I don't think we need to circle it, but you can see it. And S 154, or slide 154.
Again,
Is that 3? I'm sorry, Mark, for 156, I apologize.
this is evidence marker 4, and which is just to the east of the blood staining where Keith Canero's body was located, and that's more of a mid-range photograph.
157.
A close-up photograph of the discharge cartridge casing and evidence marker 4.
I'm going to show you what has been marked now is S 305, 306, 307, and 308. I'm showing council. We could start with 306, if you could just tell me what they are and what they correspond to on your evidence property receipt.
Sure. What number are you starting with, I'm sorry? 305, right?
First one, 305.
So, Exhibit 305 is my item number 1-6, which is identified as EM1, so evidence marker 1. Cartridge casing, GFL 10 9x19 from grass near paved deck on northwest of property. My packaging, as well as the packaging from New Jersey State Police Ballistics Lab, again, has that same item number and or case number, and then item number 13, as well as the cartridge casing.
And the New Jersey State Police number on there?
Yes, it's 13.
Okay. S 306?
306 is item number 1-7, EM2, cartridge casing GFL 10 9x19 from paved deck on northwest of property. New Jersey State Police number 14, and then the discharge cartridge casing on top.
S 307?
My item number 1-8, EM3, cartridge casing GFL 10 9x19 from grass near paved deck on northwest of property. New Jersey State Police, item number 15, and a discharge cartridge casing.
And finally, S 308?
308 is my item number 1-9, EM4, cartridge casing GFL 10 9x19 from grass near reddish stain near Keith Canero's body on northwest of property. Item number 16 and the discharge cartridge casing.
I'm going to show you next what's been marked, and I'll show council, is S 332 and 333. I'm going to grab them. We'll start with S 333. Do you recognize this package?
Yes, I am.
And what is that?
This is my item number 1-30, a GE electrical meter, recovered from the ground underneath the exterior electrical box northwest of property.
Are your numbers on there from your crime scene unit?
1-30,
Okay, and does that correspond to the evidence receipt?
yes.
Okay, if you could please open that.
Well, the description does. It's in the evidence receipt, it's item number 7.
Can you just describe what that is?
So it's a GE KV2C multifunction meter, electrical meter. It's the extent of my explanation. I don't know much about it. Yes, it was found on the ground.
I'm showing you the next item.
Please, do you recognize that by the markings?
Yes, has my evidence tag, 1-29, gray colored exterior electrical door box from the grass near the northwest of property.
I'm not going to ask you to open it. Does that correspond to what is on your evidence receipt?
Yes, it does. It's going to be item number 6 on that receipt.
Can you open it? Because I just want to look at the
Sure.
have the jury see the outside of it. Is that the door to the electrical meter?
Yes, it is.
Now, the meter itself and the door, did you do anything to process those?
Yes, we used fingerprint powder to dust it for fingerprints.
Any results come off of that?
Thank you. If we could have slide 158, please. Sergeant, what is in this photo?
It's a photograph from the interior kitchen. It's a mid-range photograph locating the cellular phone that was on the counter there. So directly under, I'm almost standing in the location where Jesse Canero's body was recovered from, just underneath, in front of those drawers there.
And we're going to look at some more pictures from the kitchen momentarily, but if I could have please slide S159. What are we looking at here in that photo? What were you trying to capture?
Almost directly in the middle of the photograph is a laptop computer, an Apple laptop computer, which was recovered as well.
And what did you do with those two items, the phone and the computer?
So they were ultimately turned over as well to Sergeant Broccolieri from the computer crimes unit.
Okay. Are those listed on the evidence receipt?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And does it indicate when you turn something over to somebody else?
Yes, it does. On the bottom, it says, so all the items except for the cell phone were recovered by me and placed into the temporary evidence vault on the 20th. They remained there until November 26th, when I turned over items number 8 and 9, which are the cell phone and the laptop computer, to Sergeant Broccolieri.
I can take the evidence receipt back. Did that essentially conclude the first day on the 20th of your processing of this scene?
Yes, it did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S286, 87, 88, and 85. It's for the ME.
Let's start first, we'll go in order, I'm sorry, let me just grab. We'll start with S. It's going to be S288. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
288 is the evidence property receipt from the post-mortem examination or the autopsy of Jesse Caneiro. It's going to be Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's Office, case number 13-18-1300. They also reference that seal number that I took a photograph of, 131-81300.
No, when were all 4 of the victims' medical examinations or autopsies performed?
They were all performed on the 21st.
Okay.
November 21st of 2018.
I'm going to show you 286 and 287. Just tell me if you recognize those.
286 is the autopsy of Keith Caneiro, case number 13-18-1298. Again, documenting that seal number of 131-81298. And, I'm sorry, exhibit number 287 is the autopsy of Jennifer Caneiro, case number 13-18-12999, seal number 131-81299.
Okay, thank you. I just want to take these from you really quick. I think there might be one that's stuck.
There we go.
You got a fourth one. Can you just tell us what the fourth one is?
289, or exhibit number 289, is the evidence property receipt for Sophia Caneiro autopsy, ME case number 13-18-1301, seal number 131-81301.
Now, how did you come into possession of those receipts and why?
So detectives from our unit did respond. They were at the medical examiner's office during this autopsy, taking photos at the direction of the medical examiner's office. Ultimately, these items that were collected during the autopsy were given to them or put into their custody, and they were brought back to the crime scene unit's temporary evidence vault and put into my custody for further potential processing.
Now, was one of the items taken from Keith Caneiro, specifically S286, by the medical examiner, an outer garment?
Yes.
Is there a description of it?
Yes, it's item number 5, jacket 1 black.
Did you have the opportunity to look at that jacket?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as S299, and I'm showing counsel. Tell us what we're looking at here.
Sure. So this is a jacket that we had mounted on a poster board. Documented, these arrows document holes are on the outside of the plastic. We didn't want to put it on the jacket itself. We're documenting holes on the jacket itself. Should be one at the bottom too. This is the packaging that was utilized initially, and ultimately, as further processing of the jacket took place, there was it was wrapped by the New Jersey State Police. You can see their tape here, but it was wrapped by the New Jersey State Police to preserve any potential trace evidence during the recovery of the item. Got my sorry.
Just to be clear, when we say the New Jersey State Police markings are on there, does that mean that the item went to the New Jersey State Police for some sort of testing to be done?
Correct.
I'm sorry.
So along those same lines, so my item number is our label, as we use for all of them, is 5-5, black jacket, outermost garment, recovered from the Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's Office during the autopsy of Keith Caneiro. It's this yellow tag is for the New Jersey State Police, identifying item number 27.
Now, that next day, November 21st of 2018, did you go back to the scene of 15 Willowbrook Road that morning?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, was happening with regard to the structure of 15 Willowbrook Road when you went there?
So due to the fire, there was obviously heavy damage, and the structure was susceptible to collapse, particularly in the basement. So in order to continue our investigation, particularly for the origin and cause investigation, we needed to get into the basement. So multiple members assisted, but ultimately the Neptune Township Special Ops responded and assisted in, as they referred to, shoring up the structure, which is basically making it safe for entry.
Now, that next day, on the 21st, when you were at the scene in daylight hours, did you take any photographs of the outside of 15 Willowbrook Road?
I did.
And were those photographs in the PowerPoint or the binder that I showed you before?
Yes, they were.
S1C?
Yes.
We could please have slide 4. I'm going to ask you just to take us around the house.
I guess I should ask you this. The order of the photographs that you took them, the number of the slides, is that the order of how you took the photographs?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to take us around the house and just explain what we're looking at in your vantage point. So what is in this photograph, slide 4?
Sure, just to get, again, an understanding how I take my photographs, I'm going to refer to everything by where we are. If you're standing on the street looking at the front of the house, I'm moving in a clockwise direction around this, whether it's exterior, interior vehicle, I'm doing it the same way. So I'm standing at the front of the residence, to the right of the driveway, photographing essentially the front left portion of the property and then part of the residence itself.
Slide 5?
Same location, panning to the right, but showing the front of the residence and some of the front property.
Okay, slide 6, please.
Continuing to pan to the right, showing the front right of the property. You can see that red tarp, and it's not exactly where it was initially when we saw it earlier, but it was still a general location of where Keith's body was. That is that front right part. In the distance, there are several solar panels.
Slide 7?
Starting to move my way clockwise, standing in the front left of the property, photographing essentially the left side of the property or the east side of the property.
Slide 8?
Just panning to the right a little bit. That wall, just on the other side of that wall, there's going to be access. We'll see it later, but we're going to be access into the basement from the outside. And that is, again, just the left side of the property.
Slide 9?
Panning to the right, showing the northeast part, standing in the northeast part of the property, photographing the scene or the residence.
Okay, slide 10?
Continuing to pan to the right, showing a little bit of the front right of the property.
Slide 11?
Starting to move my way around, that's the wall and the left side of the property.
Slide 12?
Again, panning to the right, showing the different portion of much of the front left of the property as well as the structure itself.
Do you see 2 doors if you're looking head on?
Yes,
The door to the left of the garage, what is that?
that's going to be access into the mudroom.
And the door to the right of it, is that an open garage door?
That's an open garage door, yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Slide 12? Oh, 13, I'm sorry.
Now I'm on the left side of the property, showing the rear left of the property.
Slide 14?
Panning to the right, showing that's going to be a pool, an enclosed pool.
15?
That's the entry into the basement that we referenced earlier. So we're on the left side of the property, looking on the other side of the wall now. Those stairs, just alongside the wall, proceed up to the porch area into the front of the house.
Slide 16?
Just panning to the right, showing a little bit more of that wall.
17?
Continuing to move around the residence, showing the rear of the property now, standing in the back, in the rear left corner of the property.
Slide 18?
Panning to the right, you can see a different view of that pool. And then obviously you start to see the damage, much of the damage from the fire on the residence.
Slide 19?
More close-up photograph of that pool from just outside the fence.
Slide 20?
Again, moving our way around, there's a playground. I'm standing essentially right behind or at the rear of the property, photographing the rear right or the playground. You can see some of those solar panels as well.
Slide 21?
Photographing the rear of the property. You can see significant fire damage towards the middle of it.
22?
Now I'm standing more towards the rear right of the property, showing again, you can see those solar panels, the playground, that cone, which I believe is moved slightly, but you can generally see that back porch based off of where the cone is. Just to the right of that porch is the sunroom, and then the stairs that lead up along that wall lead up to the second floor.
22? I'm sorry, 23?
Panning to the right from the same location, showing the rear of the property, rear of the residence.
24?
Standing more in the rear right corner, just showing a close-up, more close-up view of that sunroom area, as well as the porch with the door leading out to the sunroom.
Slide 25.
Another photograph, slightly different location, but showing the sunroom and that deck, and that porch, that deck.
So just to be clear, is that the patio, the little porch where the live round was found?
Yes, it is.
And that's outside of the sunroom?
Correct.
26?
I'm now at the right or the west side of the structure. On the other side of these trees here, well, to the right, you can see where that wall is in the sunroom. There's another window. On the other side of these trees here is a generator, and then continuing to the left, there is a rear garage door, as well as the location where the electrical panel was, and that door, and the meter.
27?
Panning to the right, showing more of that sunroom area.
28?
Continue to pan to the right, showing the sunroom area in relation to where the playground is.
29?
I just more or less kind of turned around just to show the solar panels in the far right of the property.
30?
Again, another photograph of those trees, which the generator is behind. You can slightly see the rear of the garage there.
31?
Now it's a better view of that area. You can see the electrical box without a door. As well, that's to the left of that rear garage door. The pavers, or where all those discharge cartridge casings were located, is essentially, you can kind of see spray paint slightly there, where we spray painted their location. But that's a location where much of those casings were. Again, utilizing that tree in the far left of this for reference, that's generally speaking where Keith Caneiro's body was.
Now that door right there, is that the other side of the garage?
Yes, so there's three, if you're looking at the front of the garage, there was the three doors. This door is on the rear of that, towards the right door, so.
What is that
Sense.
fixture? And we're gonna look at more pictures, but what is that fixture above that garage door?
That's a motion solar light.
Can you circle that? Can we please preserve this?
It's 31.1. Or I should say slide 31.1.
If you could just clear it. And then finally, slide 32.
Again, just continuing to move in that clockwise direction, standing in the front right of the property, showing the residents from that location.
Now, on this same day, the 21st, did you take photographs of the inside of the house?
I did.
And what was the purpose of those photographs?
Yeah, same reason, obviously, the fire had been out at this point. We did our best when the fire was still ongoing to show the damage and the smoke and all that. But now I wanted to photograph the overall interior of all the residents, at least to the best of our abilities.
Now, due to the fire and water damage, is it fair to say there was heavy distortion of the inside of that house?
Yes.
On November 24th of 2018, subsequent to you taking these photos, what, if anything, did you receive from the county engineers?
The Monmouth County Engineering Department created a 2-scale diagram of the scene, of the overall property, as well as each respective floor, to guide us and assist in documenting this structure, this property.
And specifically, did they create a diagram of the first and second floor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. And I'll show council as S285A. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is that?
That is a diagram of the first floor, or that was created of the first floor of the structure.
Okay. And if I were to show you some photos that you took of the inside of the house on the 21st, would you
Yes.
be able to use this diagram to help the jury understand where these photos are?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, permission to publish?
No objection.
Okay.
Judge, can I use this to kind of point?
Sure.
You can stand here and I'll put the slides up and
Move out of, walk it out of the way.
can you just explain to us on this what S-285A, just briefly in general, what everything is on there?
So, generally speaking, if we're looking at the interior of the first floor here, this is the porch. So Keith Canero's body was located roughly over here. This is the porch, the front door leading in, the foyer. Jennifer Canero's body was located, like I said, 2 stairwells, ascending stairwell going up, descending stairwell going down. Her body is located right here. Sophia Canero's body, before being taken out by the fire department, fire members, was located on this landing right here. And Jesse Canero's body was located in the kitchen right about here. So this just identifies each respective room. You can tell from the photographs that things are gonna look kind of all the same. So I'm gonna help, that's why we use this, I'm gonna use this to kind of guide you through it. But remember that generally speaking, even though it's a little bit of a uniquely set up house, generally speaking, I'm trying to work my way clockwise around. So if you get disoriented, that's the goal.
Ms. Wallace, just because he keeps saying here in certain locations and he's pointing to it, but the record will not be clear as to what he pointed to, can you use this black marker? And can we just mark that document, which is 285A,
Thank
of
you,
the
Judge.
location? You can do it by initial or however you want to do it, but just so it's clear for the record.
Sure.
On the actual diagram.
Thank you, Judge.
Location?
Yes, if you could, where you indicated where the victims were located.
So Keith Canero's body is located in this, generally speaking, in this area.
Use their initials so that it's clear for the record.
I'm sorry?
If you could use their initials, their first.
Oh,
and
I'm sorry.
last.
Sure. Jennifer Canero's body, again, located right around here. I'm sorry. This landing over here is Sophia Canero. And Jesse Canero. In the kitchen here.
Okay.
Now, if we could have slide 51, just to, or actually 49, please. Yes. If we put the back table. This is slide 49. All right. This is what?
This is a photograph of, you can see that front porch area and the front door.
Okay, if we could please have slide 52.
So, walking in, do you want me to mark it in some way? If I point to it, or?
Only if you need to.
Okay, I'll try and describe it as best I can. You can see, I'm gonna describe the names of the rooms, obviously foyer, game room, living room, so that should help. So if you walk directly into the front door, turn to your left, you're gonna see the ascending stairwell to the left of this photograph, and the descending stairwell just to the right of that. Again, Jennifer Canero's body is located on the ground, just next to that second stairwell.
Slide 53.
I'm panning to the right, showing a closet, as well as kind of working our way towards, you can see a little bit of the living room to the right of the photograph, and a hallway in between.
54.
Again, now you can get a better view of that living room, or you can see the rear of the residence. That's a hallway straight ahead. There's a living room to your left. Entryway to the kitchen is on the right of this photograph.
54. I'm sorry, 55.
Still standing in the same location. Anytime I photograph any one of these, they're responsible
specifically for fires. I want to document not only what we can see from our level, but the top of the, to assist in any fire investigation that they need. So you can see some of the patterns and things like that. So anyway, I'm photographing right now the second floor. You can see the ascending stairwell. It hits a platform which you can't quite see, and then continues in the opposite direction up to the second floor.
56.
Again, panning to the right, showing a little bit more of the ceiling and the closet area.
57.
Panning to the right again. Actually, no, I'm sorry. So that door to the far right of this photograph is the front door. So that's where I was standing a second ago. Now if you look straight ahead into that entryway, that's leading into the kitchen.
58.
Panning to the right, showing the front door, and then the little bit of that stairwell.
59.
Now, moving into the game room, again, I'm moving clockwise around the property. So the game room is at the far east side, or the far left side of the property, looking if you're standing on the street. Photographing the pool. The pool's at the rear of the residence, obviously.
60.
Again, panning to the right, showing more of the game room, which leads into the living room. So you see slightly, a little bit of an open concept. Obviously, it was due to the fire, everything's even more open. But you can see the living room in the distance.
61.
Just continuing to pan to the right, showing the hallway, the game room, and the living room.
62.
Okay, now I'm kind of moving, at this point, moving into the living room area. You can see the sunroom in the far left of this.
Over
That
here?
door, yeah, so far left of this photograph is leading towards the sunroom. That door in the middle of the photograph is going to be leading into the, almost the dining room, into the kitchen. There's a table in between the sunroom and the kitchen. You can see on the diagram here. So that table, it's going to help with reference kind of throughout this. So that table from a distance in between there will help guide you a little bit, and that's this table here in between the kitchen and the sunroom.
63.
Just panning to the right, the tables to the far left, as well as shelves, and like an island set of shelves there.
64.
Continuing to pan to the right, showing some of the rear of the property.
That in the middle of the floor, is there like a hole there?
Yeah, it looks like there was a collapse during the fire.
65.
Continuing to pan to the right, you can see kind of the game room in the far left of this photograph. Much of the damage coming from the rear, or excuse me, from the roof or the ceiling. And then photographs from the outside to the outside.
66.
That's the sunroom. So if we're referencing kind of standing in the dining room right now, or if I'm standing in the dining room, photographing that sunroom. Remember, the sunroom is where, just on the outside of the sunroom, there's a door that led to where that live cartridge was.
67.
Continuing to pan to the right, the sunroom, there's also the office, which is on the bottom of this diagram. So that I photographed the door before entering into the office.
68.
That's the interior of that office area, which again is on the bottom of this. Pretty much to the right of this office is where the location of the sunroom is.
69.
Using that table as reference, I'm now standing in the dining room, working our way towards the, almost towards the kitchen.
Are you standing right outside of the office here?
The office would be to the, yes, the office would be to the left.
70.
Working our way into, that is a large window, and that table, and the kitchen is going to be to our right. You can see, just for reference again, you can see those solar panels outside, as well as the trees where the generator is ultimately located.
So if we're looking at this photo, to our left would be where that patio was outside of the sunroom?
Correct.
Where the live round was found?
Correct.
And then if we're looking to the right where those shrubs are, is that where the generator and electrical meter are?
Correct.
70?
I'm starting to work
71, I'm sorry.
work my way into the kitchen itself. So the table, you can see the table to the left here, and then the entry into the mudroom is that door straight ahead to the. So again, if you're looking at this diagram, we're looking north, the entry into the mudroom, and just to the right of that mudroom is where Jesse Canero's body was located. You can see blood staining on the cabinets there.
Can you explain specifically how Jesse's body was positioned here, where he was located?
Sure, he was laying on his back, facing, reference to this photograph, facing, his head's facing to the left, directly on his back towards the mudroom.
So his left side would have been up against those cabinets, those lower cabinets?
Correct.
72?
Just kind of working my way, again, using the table as reference, showing that mudroom and the location where Jesse Canero's body was.
73?
Starting to, continuing to pan to the right, showing the kitchen area, more of the kitchen area.
74?
I'm standing pretty much at the doorway leading into the mudroom, photographing the kitchen. I guess it would be east, towards, you could see that, because again, we're working our way around now. You could see that doorway leading into the foyer area, towards the top right of the photograph.
75?
Panning to the right, showing the kitchen, as well as a little bit of the dining, or at least working our way towards the dining room.
76?
Again, just another photograph using that table as reference. That sunroom directly past it, again, is the exit, the rear exit leading into that back porch.
And if you're facing that sunroom, directly behind you would be what?
Right where I'm standing here,
If you're,
the
yes.
mudroom.
Thank you. Okay, 77?
Again, working my way around. That is the doorway or the entryway that would lead to the foyer, still in the kitchen.
I'm sorry, 78?
Panning to the right, showing a little bit of the island, as well as, again, that table to the far right.
79?
Continuing to pan to the right, showing the other end of the kitchen.
And 80?
And again, panning to the right, can't quite see it, but that would be the entry into the mudroom. Again, Jesse Canero's body would be located on the ground right near those cabinets on the bottom right of this photograph.
Now, we're going to get to it, but I just want to ask you, we're on slide 80, and you said, you explained where Jesse's body was. What else was found, if you're looking at the photo of where Jesse's body would have been, to the left?
A discharge cartridge casing.
Was it a bullet? Casing, we're going to get to it, so, but there was
I'm sorry. It was a bullet then, I'm
some
sorry.
type of
was ballistic
ammunition?
evidence.
Okay. Slide 81.
Again, just, I'm standing in the entryway leading into the foyer, just photographing that area.
82.
Panning to the right, that's the mudroom and far end of the kitchen, and then the island of the kitchen.
83.
Continuing to pan to the right, showing the rest of the kitchen.
If you're looking out this kitchen window, what are we looking at out there?
So you could see one vehicle, and the garage is directly to the left of it, or in front of it, reference to how it's parked.
Do you see where the left, or I'm sorry, if you're looking at the photo, the right sink is?
Yes.
Now, to the right of that on the counter, ultimately, was anything of significance found over there?
Yes, there was a knife block with 17 knives.
Okay, we'll get to that. 82, I think? I'm sorry, 84.
It's just standing in the same location, but panning down, showing the counter.
Is that a tray of cookies there?
Yes, it is.
85?
Again, standing where the mudroom is now, showing that table. And this is just to sort of orient ourselves for the next photograph.
86?
Now working my way into the sunroom itself. The door's closed, but obviously the windows are blown out. And showing the water damage and the fire damage in the sunroom.
87?
am inside the sunroom now, photographing the interior of it.
88.
Panning to the right, showing the doorway that leads into the rear property.
89.
That is another view of that back right patio that we referenced earlier, where the live cartridge was located.
90.
Again, just another view of that. You can slightly see in this photograph, but we'll get more clear in a second, where spray paint was used. So as I documented all these items, the live cartridge as well as the rest of the ballistic evidence on scene, it was collected, used as evidence placards. Ultimately, when, after everything's all done and completed, I spray painted those locations and documented them by their evidence numbers, or in this case, because it didn't have one, or their placard numbers, as C for cartridge. So we're doing that, I'm doing that in preparation of the diagram so that when the engineers come back, and they know where all the evidence is.
91.
Working my way out into that patio area from the sunroom.
92.
Again, more of a mid-range photograph of that patio to include the spray painted C.
And finally, 93.
Another photograph of that patio. You can see the solar panels in the back, in the top right of the photograph.
Thank you. And is that the extent of the photos that we put in the book for the first floor inside of the house?
Yes, for the first floor.
Thank you. I'm going to show you.
What's been marked as S285B. I'll show it to council first. Judge, permission to publish? Just, you recognize this?
No.
Sorry. Do you recognize this, Sergeant?
Yes.
And what is that?
So this is, much in the same way they did the first floor. Now it's the second floor, completed by the engineers.
And we don't have nearly as many photos with regard to this floor. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, let's start if we could, slide 95.
So they did use some first floor documentation just to kind of help with reference. But again, just for reference, I'm on the first floor now, showing the ascending stairwell leading into the second floor.
Slide 96.
Working my way up the stairs towards the second floor.
97.
That is the platform area where Sophia Canero's body was located. Again, we're standing in that foyer area, working east, reference to the diagram, and hitting that landing, and then basically turning around and continuing west to continue up to the second floor.
In regard to Sophia Canero's body here, where she was on the landing, where in relation to that was Jennifer's body directionally?
Well, in respect to where I'm standing, I guess it would be behind me taking this photograph.
I guess what I'm saying is, was Jennifer's body essentially right on, sort of underneath that area?
In close proximity, yes.
Okay. 97?
I'm working my way, that's the remainder of that platform area where Sophia Canero's body was located.
And I'm sorry, that was 98, so we're going to go to 99.
Continuing to, now I'm standing on the second floor hallway, if you will. Those railings, if you look directly over those railings, it's going to show you the front door and the foyer.
100?
Just panning to the right, showing entry into that second floor, or at least the top of the stairs to the far right of the photograph.
101?
This is the second floor bedroom, which would be towards the rear of the house, documenting the, again, just overalls of that bedroom.
If we're looking at the photo, do you see the bed?
Yes.
What's to the right of that bed?
It looks like a tool bench, like a kid's tool bench.
102?
Continuing to pan to the right, that is the exit out of that bedroom,
103?
the closet in that same bedroom.
104?
Again, moving from, a reference to the bottom of this diagram, moving from right to left, so I'm going clockwise around. So this is the bedroom in between, or just next to the master bedroom,
Whose name is up there?
Sophia.
105?
Continuing to pan to the right, showing that Sophia's bedroom.
And 106?
This is a photograph of the master bedroom in the southwest of the property, or the southwest corner of the building, showing the bedding as well as a second floor porch or entry or exit into the second floor porch on the top of the photograph.
Was that the extent of the photos that we included of the second floor interior?
Yes.
Thank you. You can have a seat. Sergeant, I just want to ask you about access to the basement from this house. How many ways were there to access the basement?
3.
If we could have slide 52, please, just to orient us. Okay, so do you see one of those ways in this photo?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how would that be?
So that, again, ascending to the second floor, that one directly to the right of it is a descending stairwell into the basement.
Okay, and slide 107?
That is another entryway into the basement of from the outside,
And what is the third way to enter the basement?
through the garage.
Okay, can I have slide 50, please? Okay, is that the garage there?
That's the garage, yes.
Okay, slide 115. What vantage point is this now from the garage?
We're kind of standing right near the entry into the basement. It's at my back, and I'm photographing the doors leading out to the driveway.
Okay, and do you see the open door right there?
Yes.
What is directly to the right of that door?
So directly to the right of that would be entry into the mudroom and kitchen area.
Okay, and I believe it's slide 116. 117? 116. Okay, what are we looking at here? What is that door straight ahead?
So you can see the front doors of on the far left of this photograph. Those are the garage doors. Straight ahead, or just to the right of that, but straight ahead is entry into the mudroom. And then far right corner, back right corner of this photograph is entry into the basement.
Can you just circle where the mudroom door is, and then if you could put M over it?
Yeah, sorry.
And then same with the basement, but a B?
116.1.
Thank you. Okay, so the basement door, where you had the B over it, we could just look at slide 110. This is slide 117? I'm sorry, slide 117. See the basement door here?
Yes.
Can you do the same thing, just circle it and put a B?
117.1.
And then I want to look at the other side of the basement door, so let's go to slide 110. What are we looking at?
Photograph, I'm standing in the basement, looking at that same door from another vantage point.
Thank you. And finally, if we could just go back to slide 115 to the garage. I just want to ask you some questions about the garage. Can you see where the south wall is in here in this garage?
Which one are we talking? The south wall would be to the right of the photograph here?
Okay, so if we could go to slide 116.
Yeah, so that would be the south wall of the garage, again showing the entry into the mudroom as well as the basement door.
So where the mudroom and the basement doors are, that wall, you're saying that's the south wall?
Yes.
Slide 117. Okay, and is that just more of the south wall if you're looking at the photo?
So south wall is at the left of this photograph, And then the west wall is more towards the right of the photograph.
And obviously, on the opposite side of the south wall would be what?
The opposite side of the south wall is the interior of the residence, the mudroom, the kitchen, as well as the descending stairs down into the basement.
Okay, if we could go to slide 118. Where do you see the north wall here?
The north wall is to the far right of this photograph where all the tools are.
And this garage door here that we're looking at, do you see that?
Yes,
Did we see that in another photograph?
we did.
Do we see the other side of it?
We did.
Okay, so if you're facing this garage door, what is to the left of it?
From which vantage point?
From the
Sorry.
inside, like if I'm facing it from the inside, what's to my left?
So to the left is the south wall of the garage, which is the door leading into the basement and.
Outside.
Oh, outside, I'm sorry. So if this garage were open and you were to walk through it, that's that platform where all the discharge cartridge casings were. To the right of it is the electrical panel, and to the left of that is the generator.
Did you collect ultimately a piece of evidence from this north wall during the course of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Do you see it in the photo?
Yes.
Can you please circle it? And what is that?
That is a WISE camera,
We're gonna,
which is a surveillance camera.
and we'll come back to that if we could please preserve this.
18.1.
Staying on the same day now, so November 21st still of your investigation at the scene, if we could please have slide 161. At some point, did you collect, and you may have mentioned it before, but any items of evidence from this particular area that we're looking at?
Yes, a bullet specimen was located in the kitchen area.
Okay, 162, please.
It's more of a mid-range photograph of that bullet specimen in sort of the middle of this photograph.
And 163.
A close-up photograph of that bullet specimen.
Okay, 164.
Mid-range of the same bullet specimen, but this time utilizing a evidence placard.
165.
And a close-up of that same thing, but with the evidence placard, this time evidence placard 7.
And 166.
And that's a continuation, obviously, from the day before. This is a more close-up holding the bullet specimen, just to show it a little more clearly.
So just to be clear, it's not a shell casing, but it's actually a discharged bullet.
Yes.
Okay. How did that come to be collected on that particular day, if you could?
Well, it was just a continued search of the property. As I'm taking photographs, I believe Sergeant Mueller located it. He alerted me while I was taking my overall photographs of it. So then, after those overall photographs were done, I then documented and collected that item.
Now, were there some other items of evidence collected from the scene on the 21st of November?
Yes.
Okay, did you document those on an evidence property receipt
Yes.
along with this bullet?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as
S-293 showing counsel. Do you recognize that?
That is the evidence property receipt of items that were collected on the 21st.
Is that bullet on there? Marked?
Yes, it is.
And what item is it?
Item number 3 here, which is EM7 bullet specimen from floor on west side of kitchen.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as counsel 309. Do you recognize that?
I do. It's that bullet. Ultimately, our item number 1-12, which is identified as EM7 bullet specimen from floor on south side of kitchen. Here again is New Jersey State Police packaging, item number 17, and then the bullet itself.
Okay. Now, on the
So I
21st,
think we're gonna stop for our mid-morning break. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Decker, if you don't mind helping us out with just moving the evidence. I knew you would have did that on your own. But we're going to take our mid-morning break. Please don't discuss this case, don't do any research. We'll be back out at about 10:30. Give you guys 20 minutes and we'll go back to testimony at that point. Thank you all. try to do you guys a favor, so every time I come out, you guys don't have to stand up.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm still getting pretty upset with you, juror number 9, though, because if I get another snowstorm this week, you're next on my list.
Oh, what?
Another snowstorm. You're the one that said you like this cold weather. Not anyone else. Everybody else said no, except for you. I don't forget. I'm just kidding. I got you. All right. All kidding aside, but when I come back out, you guys don't need to stand every time. I'm just, you guys are doing enough for me. I appreciate it. So we can bring our witness back up. Ms. Wallace, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Sergeant, we left off with you, I believe, have S-293 and evidence property receipt up there, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and on that receipt, just to be clear, that's all of the evidence you collected from November 21st of 18, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and is that bullet that we just looked at as 309, is that listed as an item on there?
Yes, it is.
Which item is it?
It is item number 3.
Okay. Now, on that same day, November 21st of 2018, what, if anything, happened with regard to any searches that were conducted?
Sure. There was a large-scale search, over 30 officers, searching not only the property, but also the surrounding area in a radius of over 3 miles, searching for any items that they believe to be of potential evidentiary value. They're also looking for surveillance and things like that. And I think it was, like I said, it was over 30 officers from 4 or 5 different agencies.
Were you on scene at the time?
I was on scene, yes.
What, if any, orders or commands did you give those officers in relation to any items they might find?
So anyone throughout this investigation that was helping or attempting to assist, they were instructed, if you find anything that you find to be important, one way or the other, alert me immediately. Don't touch it, don't move it, nothing like that. I want to document those items as well as the rest of the scene and everything else as is, and their exact location. Obviously, I don't want anyone to touch it either. So.
I'm going to show you, counsel, 3 photos listed marked as S. 470, 471, and 472. Okay. Do you recognize those?
I do.
Okay, and what are those?
These are gloves that were, I was alerted to, that were located about 1 mile east of the property, approximately 500 feet from the roadway in some wooded area. That was one of the officers that was part of that search had located.
Okay. And with respect to those gloves, let me just ask, Judge, permission to publish those?
No objection. Okay. Yes, you can.
I don't have them on the screen. I'm going to ask if we could just do it the old school
Wait,
way.
I can show them.
Sure.
Thank you.
You
All of
can
them?
use this if you want.
Not great at that. Technology.
Andy is very versed at it. He could probably help you if you, however you want to do it. It's fine.
If we could pass around 470, 71, and 72, and I'm handing it to
Mr. Murray, you
Judge.
don't have a problem with them being published, just like they would have been published here?
No, Judge, either way is fine.
Okay, just want to make sure. record, all of the jurors had the opportunity to look at the photos.
Handing these back. Yep.
Now, are there evidence markers next to each one?
Yes.
And what are they?
Evidence markers 8 and evidence markers 9 were utilized to identify the locations of those gloves.
Okay, and again, where was the location of those gloves?
So roughly a little over a mile east of the scene, off of Willowbrook Road, again, about 500 feet off the roadway in a wooded area.
Okay, and were there any maps that you looked at with regard to the location of those gloves in the area?
Yes.
Okay, where did those maps come from?
So those maps were created through Google Maps.
Okay, did you create them?
I did.
Okay. I'm showing council what's been marked as S437. There's 2 pages, 1 and 2.
We actually have this on the screen. Thank you, though.
I'm showing you what's been marked as S, I believe I said 437. Do you recognize that?
437, yes. Yes, these are the maps that I created just to give a general idea as to the areas that were searched by these officers, as well as the locations of 15 Willowbrook Road and those gloves.
Okay, the page 1, that particular map, what is that?
That is an overall photograph of the search area. I utilized just a yellow line because it was documented which areas they were searched, so I just wanted to ensure a visual orientation. Utilize yellow line, just putting on the roadways and the areas in which were searched.
And what about the second page map?
The second page is just a close-up of where the gloves were in relation to Willowbrook Road.
And did you create those maps in preparation for today?
Yes.
Do I have permission to publish?
No objection.
You can publish page 1. Okay, and can you just explain to the jury the markings on here and what we're looking at?
Sure, so you can see the circle with the house on it, that's 15 Willowbrook Road, its location. To the northeast of that, up the roadway on Willowbrook Road. So Willowbrook Road is running left to right in this photograph, or in this diagram, moving towards those gloves. So those gloves are, again, about a mile east or northeast of Willowbrook Road. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to explain the lines, so that you see all these yellow lines. I put them there, not an official thing, just utilizing the lines to describe from which intersections to which intersections were searched.
And again, this is a large-scale search that was conducted on the 21st.
Correct.
If we can have page 2. What are we looking at?
That is a close-up of where those gloves are in relation to Willowbrook Road. At the time they were recovered, I measured the distance to that dirt roadway, closest to the location. It was about 160 feet. But relation to this photograph, it's about 500 feet from the entrance from Willowbrook Road.
Thank you.
And because it came up yesterday, why did you collect these gloves?
Because I was alerted to it. At the time, I just wanted to be thorough. I didn't know at the time if it was any evidential value related to them. So we wanted to be thorough and cautious, and I collected them.
Were there other items of evidence that ultimately you determined did not have evidential value that were also collected, just to be thorough?
Yes, it happens all the time. The general rule I have is if I'm on the fence or if something is close, I collect it. There's no reason not to. You never know what could come up down the road, and you learn that something actually is important, even though it doesn't appear important at the time.
Okay, now while you were on the scene and this search was being conducted, did you collect a lockbox or a lock to a box?
Yes.
Okay, if we can please go to slide 167. We've seen this so many times before, but if you could just explain for the record what this is.
Sure. That is the electrical box without a door, located on the west side of the structure, kind of the northwest side of the structure.
That day, did you collect an item from this particular area?
Yeah, so on the ground, On the paver, just basically underneath that lockbox, there is a gray plastic lock with the metal wire that attached to it.
Slide 168. Do you see that lock in the photo?
Yes,
Okay, and slide 169. What are we looking at?
that's a close-up of that plastic lock.
Okay, and what,
Do you know where that came from?
I believe it came from the electrical box door.
Okay, slide 170.
It's just documentation. I use evidence marker 10 to identify that item.
And was this ultimately collected, labeled, and packaged?
Yes, it was.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked as S310. I'm showing the witness. What is that?
This is my item number 1-15, EM10, gray plastic electrical box lock, broken off electrical box by twisting wire from the ground underneath the exterior electrical box on the west side of the picture.
Okay, does that correspond with any items on the evidence property receipt that you have as 293?
Yes, it does.
What item number?
Item number 6.
Was this processed for any prints?
Yes, it was processed for latent friction-rich skin impressions.
I asked you the question before, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Did you do that yourself?
I did, yes.
Any results?
No.
If we can please go to slide S170 or 174. What are we looking at here?
So, this is again, just because we were just looking at it, that electrical box is again out of screen to the left of this photograph. You can see where I utilize spray paint to document items 1, 2, and 3 in this photograph. Item 11, or evidence marker 11, is going to identify another discharge cartridge casing that was located in the grass.
Okay, so we heard about cartridge casings and some bullets that were found the day prior on November 20th, right?
Correct.
Okay, so now this is November 21st, you found another one?
Correct.
Okay, if we could go to slide 175. What is this that we're looking at?
That's a close-up photograph of that discharge cartridge casings, as well as evidence marker 11 that was utilized.
Can you circle that in the photo? If you could preserve this, please.
It's 175.1, and again, we're in 1C for this entire testimony.
Was this ultimately collected, packaged, and preserved?
Yes.
I'm showing counsel and you what's been marked as S11. Do you recognize that?
Yes, my item number 1-16, evidence marker 11, or EM11, cartridge casing, GFL 10 9x19 from the grass on the northwest of the property. Again, that was my packaging. This is the packaging by New Jersey State Police. Same lab number, item number 18, and then the casing itself.
And just to be clear, I misspoke, it's 311, is that right? That's 311.
311, yes.
Is there a head stamp on that one?
Yes, it is.
Was it what
It's the
is it?
same as all the others, GFL 10 9x19.
Now, on the 21st, while you were on scene, was any debris gathered and searched?
Yeah, so there was obviously a significant amount of debris from the fire located throughout the residence, particularly on the first floor. So it was decided that the areas were going to be cleaned and basically put into piles in relation to the room or the general vicinity of where that pile is. So the foyer, for example, a pile was made for that area. Those piles were then subsequently searched to look for other items of potential evidentiary value.
Is there a pile of debris that was gathered from the stairwell in the foyer near where Jennifer's body had been located?
Yes, there was.
176, please. What are we looking at here?
That is just a mid-range or an overall photograph of that debris pile.
177.
It's a out-of-focus photograph of that pile, but a discharge cartridge casing was recovered from inside that debris pile.
Slide 178, please.
That is utilizing evidence marker 13 to document or identify that discharge cartridge casing.
Can you see that in the picture?
Yes.
Can you circle it?
Sure.
You can preserve.
178.1.
And you can erase your markings. And then finally, slide 179.
That is a close-up of that discharge cartridge casing.
Okay, and is that your hand that's holding it?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S312. I'm showing counsel. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
My item number 1-18, evidence marker 13 or EM13, cartridge casing GFL 10 9x19 from debris from stairwell leading into the basement. It's my packaging, New Jersey State Police packaging, item number 19.
I think you just said it GFL, but was that the same type stamp as all of the other casings found from the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a pile of debris that was gathered from another area in sort of inside of the foyer?
Yes.
Okay, we can have slide 180, please. What are we looking at here?
That is just a photograph of that debris pile.
Slide 181.
As more of a close-up photograph of a knife that was recovered from inside that debris pile.
Can you circle the knife just because it's a little bit hard to see it runs in?
181.1.
Slide 182.
That is the same knife, but with evidence marker 14.
Was that knife collected, packaged, and labeled?
Yes.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked as S313. Do you recognize this from the markings, that package? that I'm
Yes,
showing?
exhibit 313, again, it's my item 1-19, EM14, Sabatier knife with black handle from debris from foyer of residence.
Okay, and can you please open that?
Sure. And this is item, New Jersey State Police item number 9.
Thank you.
This is the packaging from inside that was wrapped by state police during testing. Can I open it out here so I don't get
Judge, permission to have you hold it up.
Any objection?
Thank you. Thank you. Sergeant, the Sabatier knife, what did you do with it after you collected it from that debris pile that day?
So it was packaged in that box that you saw there, brought to the fire marshal's command vehicle to document further as well as process for, or swab for potential DNA evidence.
Okay, if we could please have slide 183. Just explain to us what we're looking at here.
So the knife was placed onto new unused brown paper and documented. I wanted to document because it's hard to tell now, but at the time, as you can see, there's a significant amount of debris caked onto one side of it. On the other side, it's more clean. So I basically documented each side with a scale, as you can see, but also swabbed the 4 different areas on the knife. The debris, A, marked the location of the blade that had debris on it. Well, I guess we'll go one by one.
Sure, if we can have slide 184 now.
So that's just a close-up of just that blade area. And when I say swab, we use what's called a capture swab. It's a fancy name for a Q-tip with a plastic cap on the end that's self-drying. So when we're swabbing that area, I can then swab the area completely and then close that plastic cap, allowing it to air dry.
Slide 185.
This is a photograph of the other side of the blade or of the knife itself, but particularly the location which I swabbed, B, was the other side blade only.
Slide 186.
Close-up of that location.
Slide 187.
C is the debris, going back to the debris side of, and swabbing of, and C signifies that I swabbed the handle on the debris caked side.
Slide 188.
Just utilizing the scale in another way, just to show the size of the bleed.
Slide 189.
And again, the last one was a swab D, as in Delta. That's just the other side. I swabbed the blade of the cleaner side.
And slide 190.
And just another photograph of the size of the blade. Tried to take as many photographs with the scale in case we needed to match it up to anything.
What did you ultimately do with the swabs once you took them?
The swabs were sent to the New Jersey State Police for testing for potential DNA.
Prior to that, though, just like take a step back. After you took the swabs, what did you do to preserve them?
The swabs are preserved in paper evidence envelopes and sealed, just like, like I said, everything's preserved in the same way. Obviously, it depends on the item, but ultimately it's preserved and sealed in that envelope, and I initial the seal. I don't know if we went into this, but all the evidence that gets collected and ultimately gets secured in my assigned crime scene vehicle, and then later gets transported to the New Jersey State Police, to the crime scene unit's temporary evidence vault for potential testing at the New Jersey State Police.
When you put those swabs in the temporary evidence vault, was there evidence property receipt that was generated?
Yes.
I'm showing council what's marked as S296, as well as the swabs, S314, 15, 16, and 17. First, I'm going to ask you to take a look at S296. What is that?
That's the evidence property receipt for swabs of collected items.
And if you could please look at, starting with S314, what is that?
314 is my number 13-6, swab of blade of item 18-0832-1-19, which again is the knife, adhesive marker A.
Okay, so that swab corresponds with what we saw as swab A, or the marker A.
Correct.
Okay, how about S315?
315 is swab of blade of number 18-0832-1-19 knife, adhesive marker B.
316?
That one was 13-7, I don't think I said that. This one is 13-8, swab of handle of item number 18-0832-1-19 knife, adhesive marker C.
And S316? I'm sorry, 17?
317 is my item 13-9, swab of handle of 18- or item number 18-0832-1-19, knife adhesive marker D.
Okay, and are those swabs and the corresponding numbers listed on the evidence property receipt,
Yes,
which is S-296?
the 1 through 4 on the property receipt.
Okay, and then the knife, what specifically was done with that? Was it sent anywhere?
Yes, it was ultimately sent to the lab as well.
To the New Jersey State Police Lab?
Yes.
Okay, and is that also the knife listed on S-296? The last one on the bottom, is that?
No, not on this one. It's on the 293.
Which you have in front of you?
I do.
Thank you.
Read it?
No, I just wanted
Oh,
to know if it
yes.
was on there. Now, on November 23rd of 2018, did Lieutenant Catalona bring those swabs and that knife to the New Jersey State Police DNA lab?
He did.
Did he also bring reference samples for the 4 victims' DNA samples to the lab as well?
He did.
If we could have slide S-191. Okay, what are we looking at here, Sergeant?
So after locating that knife, I located and documented the Sabatier knife block. There were a total of 17 knives in that, or 16 according to this picture. The 17th is a serrated knife that's on the counter there in the knife set.
How did that knife correspond with the knife that you just showed to the jury?
It fit into that, the knife that we just showed. Well, they all have the same markings specifically on the handle, on the back of the handle. It's the same knife. The one that we just showed to the jury, that I just showed the jury, was like a chef's knife that fit into that same block.
Can we have slide 192?
This is documenting the top of that knife block in the middle of the photograph. There are 2 empty slots. The one to the middle row towards the right is where that serrated knife would fit, and presumably the chef's knife would fit into the top middle row.
That serrated knife, when you got to the scene, was that in the butcher block or someplace else?
It was on the counter right in front of it. You can see it on the photo that before this we just looked at.
S-193?
That's the side of the butcher block or the knife block.
S-194?
The top of the knives, of all the knives, to include the one that was recovered from the foyer, all had that same symbol.
And S-195?
I documented the knife block with marker 15. You can see the knife, the serrated knife slightly, at least a blade of it in this photograph on the bottom of the photograph.
And you may have said it, I'm sorry if I missed it, but did you do anything to see if the knife that you had shown to the jury just before that we marked as evidence fit into any one of those slots?
I didn't want to, the serrated knife I put into the slot that it would fit into. In terms of the other one, I documented to the best of my ability, but obviously I don't want to cross-contaminate it or contaminate it in any way by putting it into the block prior to, any testing done.
And did you take that block as evidence?
It did.
I'm showing you in council what's marked as S-318.
Do you recognize this, Sergeant, based on the packaging?
Yes, my item number 1-20, EM15 wooden butcher block containing 17 Sabatier knives from the kitchen counter.
That's empty, so open that.
The only reason I was wrapped in the extra paper was just to make sure that the knives don't come out during packaging.
Thank you.
November 22nd. Do you recall that day?
Yes,
Was that Thanksgiving?
that was Thanksgiving, yes.
Were you back at the scene of 15 Willowbrook Road that morning?
Yes, we were.
And was Detective Cordoma there from the crime scene unit as well?
Yes, he was.
Did you collect any items that morning that were ultimately turned over to Detective Miglerisi from the computer crimes unit of the prosecutor's office?
Yes.
And what was that?
Multiple Wise cameras or surveillance cameras, similar to the ones, or also the same as the ones that we identified earlier in the garage.
When you collected those, where did they go? Did they go to you, or who did you give them to?
They went to Detective Miglerisi for further processing from the computer crime unit.
Okay, was there any paperwork that went along with that transfer?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S-291, showing counsel. Do you recognize that?
Yes, these are items that were collected from the scene on 11/22/2018.
Does it delineate on that evidence property receipt specifically where those cameras were taken from?
Yes.
Can you tell us where?
Sure. Item number 1, EM16 Wisecam pan video recorder and plug. FCC ID 2ANJHWYZECP1 from kitchen counter. I don't know if you want me to read that every time. Item number 2, EM17 Wisecam video recorder and plug from kitchen, another one from kitchen counter. Item number 3, EM18 Wisecam V2 video recorder and plug from office desk. Item 4, EM19 Wisecam video recorder and plug from garage on south wall shelf. Item number 5, EM20 Wisecam video recorder and plug from garage under north wall shelf. Item number 6, EM21 Wisecam video recorder and plug from garage under south wall shelf.
I think on the property receipt, it mentions that one of the cameras was taken from the kitchen,
Or two of the cameras were taken from?
Yes.
Is that an error? Was one actually taken from the kitchen and one from the sunroom?
Yes.
We could please have slide 197.
What are we looking at here?
That's, we're looking at the north side of the kitchen. Again, the far left of this photograph, you're gonna see entry into the mudroom, as well as blood staining on the bottom of the bottom of the cabinet there. There's also a Wise camera that we just referred to on the counter in the kitchen in this photograph.
S-190, slide 198, please.
That's a close-up photograph of that camera.
S-199.
That's another close-up photograph of that camera, but with the evidence marker 16 next to it.
Or slide 202.
What are we looking at here?
This is a still shot from that Wise camera at on 11/19/2018 at 15:50 hours.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S-319.
321, 322, 323, and 324. I'm not going to ask you to open each and every one, but if you could just open the first one, which is S19, the one that corresponds with what we just looked at in the kitchen. But I should first ask you if you recognize that.
319, Ms. Walls.
I'm sorry, Judge, S319 is the Wise camera from the kitchen. Just, do you recognize that, Sergeant?
Yes, this is the packaging of that Wise cam. Item number 1-21.
Yes, if you could.
Item number 1-21, EM16 Wise cam, pan video recorder and plug from kitchen counter.
And again, just the first one, if you can just open to show the jury. We will open them all. And then just generally, if you can go through the next one, you don't have to open them, but it's S320 through S324. You can just tell us if you recognize them and what they correspond to.
320, 1-22, EM17 Wise cam video recorder and plug. It says from kitchen counter. Actually, it's written sunroom on here, but that was a mistake. 321, EM18 Wise cam V2 video recorder and plug from office desk. 1-23. Number 1-24, EM19 Wise cam video recorder and plug from garage on south wall shelf. Item 1-25, EM20 Wise cam video recorder and plug from garage on north wall shelf. 1-26, EM21 Wise cam video recorder and plug from garage under south wall shelf.
What do you think was the last one?
Oh, sorry. 324.
And just to be clear, S320, I think you indicated that it had written kitchen on it.
Yes,
Was it actually from the sunroom?
it's from the sunroom. I did take a photograph of it with this evidence marker 17. This evidence marker 17 showing its location.
Thank you. And are these delineated on the evidence property receipt?
Yes.
11/22/18.
Yes.
If we could have slide 203, please. What are we looking at here, Sergeant?
This is a photograph of the sunroom, showing towards the middle of the photograph, the Wise camera from the sunroom.
Can we have slide 204, please?
Close-up photograph of that camera with evidence marker 17 next to it.
Slide 205.
A photograph from the office, of the office, showing the office desk, but specifically towards the middle of the photograph is another Wise camera.
If we could have slide 208. What are we looking at here?
That is a still shot from that camera
In the office?
in the office,
And is
sorry.
there did you say a still shot, is there a timestamp on there?
Timestamp is 11/19/2018 at 18:06 hours.
If we could have slide 209. What are we looking at here?
That is a photograph of the south wall of the garage. Towards the top middle of this photograph is another Wise camera on the shelf.
And just a close up, can we have, or a little closer, slide 210?
That is a more close-up photograph of that with evidence marker 19 next to it.
Slide 211, please. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at the north wall of the garage, again for reference showing that rear garage door on the far left of this photograph, but towards the middle of the photograph, just under the shelf, is another Wise camera.
Did you circle that Wise camera earlier in another photo?
I did.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you, can you circle it again here, please? And if you could preserve.
Slide 211.1.
Slide 215. What are we looking at here?
We are looking at that rear garage door, and the Wise camera you can see towards the right of the photograph, so that's the north wall of the garage.
And earlier you had described what was outside of here. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Slide 216.
Here
What are
it
you
is.
looking at here?
This is a still frame or a still shot from that Wise camera showing the rear garage door, timestamped 11/20/2018 at 2:35 hours, 50 seconds.
And slide 213, please.
That is a photograph of the south wall of the garage, another Wise camera on that south wall, underneath the shelf in the middle of the photograph.
Thank you. Now, staying on that same day, so Thanksgiving, which was the 22nd of November of 2018, did you do anything to photographically document and or process the electrical box or generator?
Yes.
Okay, and can we please have slide 219? What are we looking at?
This is again the electrical box with the door missing. As you referenced, I dusted that area, the entire box, for potential friction ridge skin impressions or fingerprints.
Any results?
No.
Slide 220?
Just a close-up photograph of that same box.
Slide 221?
So if we're looking at the box and I just turn to my right, we're going to see, again, this is the rear garage door and a little path making our way south towards the rear of the residence.
And slide 222?
So if I just pretend we're just continued walking where we just looked at, we're going in between the house and that tree. This is the exterior generator on the north side. So this is the north side. Those doors were all locked, or excuse me, were closed but not locked.
Slide 223?
I photographed the interior or the inside of each door.
Slide 224?
Here's the inside of the other door to the left if you're looking at it. I just observed that was plugged in and appeared to be in working order.
Slide 225?
It's a close-up of that plug.
Now, just to be clear, were there other individuals during the course of this investigation that examined the generator and the electrical meter for purposes of the electronics of it, so, for lack of a better term?
Yes.
Okay, and is it fair to say your role was limited to the forensic aspect of it?
Yeah, I'm strictly, the two things I did with the generator was strictly documentation as it was as I found it. And I did, again, dust this for latent prints or fingerprints.
Slide 226?
So just like everything, I'm working my way clockwise around this generator, showing this is the east side of the generator, or at least the door open of the east side.
Slide 227?
The interior of the east side of the generator. Important to note, in this case, there are 12 lights on the far right of this. I noticed that the bottom light was blinking and it said system off.
Can you circle that light that you're referring to?
Sure. 227.1.
I'm being told that would be 227.2.
With two? Okay, sorry about that. My fault.
And slide 228?
think I said system off, it's switch off, excuse me.
Switch off, okay. Is that what we're, just to be clear, what we're looking at for the record here?
Yes, this is the light, those 12 lights.
All right, and slide 229.
Again, working our way around to the south side of the generator. I opened those doors, they were closed upon my arrival. That switch, the main breaker switch was in the off position.
Can you just either put a square or circle around that? We can preserve this
Is that a point two also? Rocco didn't talk about that one. Okay, so that's 229.1.
Do that if you could. And then finally, slide 230.
Just, I think I have a couple photographs of this. This is that breaker switch in the off position. I noticed a smudge on the switch itself. There were no signs of friction-rich skin impressions, however, it had clearly been touched.
Ultimately, did you leave the scene that day at about 12:30 p.m.?
Yes.
Did you respond back to the scene the next day, Friday, November 23rd, 2018?
Yes.
Now, were other individuals from the crime scene unit, from your unit, on scene?
Yes.
What, if anything, were they doing with respect to the ground near where Keith's body was located?
So, because of the amount of thousands of gallons of water that had been pumped during fire suppression efforts and the temperatures, the ground was pretty much frozen. We wanted to do, or they started to do, a thawing out of the ground, particularly around where Keith Canero's body was located, to make sure that we were as thorough as possible and found any potential, if we found any potential items of evidentiary value. So that propane heaters were utilized with like a pop-up tent or some sort of a tent just to keep the heat contained, and they were utilized to thaw out that ground.
Now, that same day, so Friday, November 23rd, did you photographically document the kitchen after certain debris were removed from the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay, what was the purpose of that?
The purpose of that, I was documenting the kitchen more at the direction of Detective Cordoma, I was photographing the blood staining in the kitchen, throughout the kitchen, but also at his direction because he was doing the blood stain analysis report.
Okay. Now, were swabs taken from the kitchen at a later date?
Yes.
A much later date?
Yes.
Okay. Not the same day that it was photographed, just to be clear.
Correct.
Prior to exiting the scene that Friday on the 23rd, what, if anything, did you photograph with respect to that north wall garage, particularly outside of it?
Prior to exiting, I photographically documented. So if we're looking at the outside, the exterior of the rear garage door, directly above it was a solar motion light.
Were you able to confirm whether or not that light was in working condition?
Yes.
And you confirmed, was
I
it?
confirmed it was in working condition. It was dark, and I was also, we moved around and it turned on, so I photographed it while it was on.
I'm showing council what's been marked as S467. There's 2 pages, 1 and 2. I'm showing you what's been marked as 467. Are there 2 pages there?
Yes, sir.
What's the first page?
First page is a photograph of that, more of a mid-range photograph of that rear garage door with that solar light above it, and it's on.
When is this published? Page 1 then?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, if you could just tell us what we're looking at here.
Sure.
And then explain it.
Sure, so that, this is the same location. You can see the electrical box. We've been here talking about this area a lot. So that garage door, the light is directly above it.
Was there anything in front of that light at that point, or anyone that made the light go on?
At the time of this, yeah, we were moving around it and then kind of running back to take the photo to make sure that we documented that it was on.
Is the second page just a close-up of that light?
Yes, it is.
Permission to publish the second page?
No objection. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, and is this just a close-up of the light that you documented?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Next day, Saturday, November 24th, did you go back to the scene?
Yes, I did.
And again, was the scene, just, we didn't touch on this, but was the scene being secured this entire time?
Yes, it was. Cold Lake Police Department and members of the prosecutor's office kept scene security throughout the entirety of this part of the investigation.
Did you take any photos that day, the 24th?
Yes.
Slide 234. What are we looking at here, Sergeant?
So prior to my arrival, Sergeant Ryan Mueller and Detective Joe Cordona were already on scene. I told you that they thawed out that area. So they had dug out that rectangular section while looking for items of potential evidentiary value.
Slide 235, please.
That is just a close-up photograph of that section that was dug out after they sifted through it.
Slide 236. What is this?
This is at least what's left over of what they located during that search. Within the, there's a discharge cartridge casing and a bullet located.
Okay, if we can have a poster up 237.
Here is a photograph of the discharge cartridge casing as well as that bullet.
238.
Close-up specifically of the bullet specimen on the tarp that was sifted through.
Okay, so just to be clear, how many items were located under where that was dug out, that area?
2.
2, okay. A casing and a bullet?
Yes, ma'am.
239.
Close-up of the casing.
Slide 240.
The same items, but documented with sequential evidence markers, 22 and 23. 22 for the bullet, 23 for the casing.
On the casing, was there, actually, let me show you this first. Was there any, were these collected, packaged by you?
Yes.
And were your markings put on them?
Yes.
Was there an evidence property receipt that went along with them when you took them back?
Yes, there was.
Showing counsel S-294? Yes, 294, 326, and 325. First, starting with S-294, do you recognize that?
.294 is the evidence property receipt of items of evidence that were recovered on 11/24/2018.
And specifically, is that bullet and that casing, evidence markers 22 and 23 listed on that receipt?
Yes, item number 1 is evidence marker or EM22 bullet specimen from northwest of property embedded in the ground. Item number 2, EM23 cartridge casing from northwest of property embedded into the ground.
If I can have you look at S-325 first. What is that?
So 325 is my item 1-27, which is EM22 bullet specimen from northwest of property embedded in the ground, as well as New Jersey State Police envelope, their item number 20.
And what is S-326, if you recognize it?
Item number 1-28, evidence marker EM23 cartridge casing from northwest of property embedded in the ground, and then the New Jersey State Police packaging, item number 21, which is the discharge cartridge casing.
On the cartridge casing, S-326, was there a head stamp on it?
Yes, there is.
And what head stamp was that?
It's the same as the others, GFL 10 9x19.
I'll take this back from you. That same day, were multiple home alarm system components collected?
Yes.
And did you have anything to do with them other than collecting them?
No.
Do you know where they were collected from, just
I
generally?
just know that they were collected from the basement.
Were they turned over to somebody else?
They were collected, I collected them, but at the direction of Michael Abraham from ATF. I took custody of them pending any further testing to go on, just because I am the evidence custodian. but he's the one that, again, directed what was to be collected.
Now, on that same date, November 24th of 2018, later on in your unit, did you remove some ballistic evidence from the temporary evidence locker and bring it into the packaging room?
Yes,
Did you take any photos of that?
yes.
We could have slide 242. What are we looking at here?
This is a firearm. It's a Sig Sauer P228. That was among many other firearms that were located at 27 Tilton Drive in Ocean Township. I was documenting it prior to it being sent to the lab for testing.
S243 or slide 243?
Another photograph of that same firearm,
And 244?
just showing the bottom of the firearm and the location where the magazine was.
And did this correspond to, let me show you this. Did you ultimately bring this gun to the New Jersey State Police Ballistics Unit?
Yes, I did.
And some other items of evidence that were taken from 27 Tilton, did you bring those too?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive an evidence property receipt when you dropped those items off?
From the state police, yes.
Showing you what in council has been marked as S350? Do you recognize this?
This is New Jersey State Police Ballistics Unit evidence receipt with their lab number C18-10139. Can we go through?
If you could just, is the 6 hour that is in this photo listed on there? And specifically, I would direct your attention to New Jersey State Police number 15.
Yes. Item number 15, Box Firearm Semi-Automatic Handgun, Sig Sauer P228, serial number B233959, unknown caliber.
Okay, if we can please have slide 245. What are we looking at here?
That is a separate barrel that was recovered, or that I documented prior to being sent to the New Jersey State Police. It says 9 mm or 9 millimeter Parasig.
Okay, slide 246.
It's the other side of that same barrel.
Okay, does this barrel correspond on your evidence receipt that you have in front of you with New Jersey State Police number 16?
Yes, it does. Box, other ballistics evidence, gun barrel, 9 millimeter Parasig.
And slide 247? What are we looking at here?
Documenting possible firearm parts, again, prior to being sent for testing.
248
Just another side of the same items.
and 249.
Another view of the same items.
Okay, and do these items correspond with, on your evidence receipt, New Jersey State Police number 17?
Yes, it does. Box, other ballistic evidence, unknown possible firearm parts.
Sergeant, did you ultimately also take to the New Jersey State Police Ballistics Unit the ballistic evidence that was located from 15 Willowbrook Road?
Yes, I did.
And when you took that there, was there any evidence or property receipt that was generated for you when you dropped those items off?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing
There was.
council S349. I'm showing you what's marked as S349. Just, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And is that receipt?
New Jersey State Police evidence receipt, ballistics unit, lab number C18-10138.
Now, specifically, I want to talk about the New Jersey State Police items on there, their numbers listed as items 22 through 26. Do you see those?
Yes.
What specifically, what do each of those correspond to?
22, envelope bullet specimen removed from the head of Keith Caneiro at autopsy. Item number 23, envelope bullet specimen fragment removed from the head of Jennifer Caneiro at autopsy. Item number 24, envelope bullet specimen fragment removed from the head of Jennifer Caneiro at autopsy. Item number 25, envelope bullet specimen fragment removed from the head of Jennifer Caneiro at autopsy. And item number 26, envelope bullet specimen fragment removed from the head of Jennifer Caneiro at autopsy.
Just have one moment.
You're done. Can we turn the lights on, please?
I'm going to show counsel, I'm showing you, Sergeant, what's been marked as 327, 328, 329, 330, and 331. We could start from the back, which is S327. We'll go in order. I think it's, yes, S327. Do you recognize that?
.327 is my item number 5-11. Bullet specimen projectile from brain of Keith Caneiro recovered at the Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's Office during the autopsy of Keith Caneiro.
Does that correspond with the New Jersey State Police number 22?
22, yes. So that has New Jersey State Police 22, because it's kind of broken into fragments here. 22 and 22A and B.
Thank you. If you could look at S328, do you recognize that?
Yes, my number 6-1, bullet specimen projectile from front right side of head of Jennifer Caneiro, recovered at the Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's Office during the autopsy of Jennifer Caneiro.
Does that correspond to the New Jersey State Police number 23?
Yes, it does.
You can look at S329.
Sorry. S329 is my item number 6-2, bullet specimen, additional fragments from right side of brain recovered at the Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's Office during the autopsy of Jennifer Caneiro.
Does that correspond to New Jersey State Police number 24?
Yes, it does.
If you can look at S330, please.
S330 is my item number 6-3, bullet specimen fragment of jacket, right side of brain, recovered at the Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's Office during the autopsy of Jennifer Caneiro.
And S3, that was 330, right?
330, yes.
And S331, please.
That one is New Jersey State Police item number 25.
I'm sorry.
Is the other one,
Thank
that's
you.
okay. Exhibit number 331, my item number 6-4, bullet specimen fragment of jacket, right side of brain, recovered at the Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's Office during the autopsy of Jennifer Caneiro. And that's New Jersey State Police, item number 26.
Thank you. Sergeant, do you have S296 evidence receipt in front of you?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to ask you if on November 30th of 2018, did Sergeant Broccolier from the Computer Crimes Unit retrieve anything from you from the temporary evidence vaults?
Yes, he did.
What was that?
It was the, well, he had it, but the black Google Pixel cellular phone. I fingerprinted essentially the case and the phone itself prior to any further testing.
Okay. And did anything come of those fingerprints from the phone and the case?
No.
Did you swab any items on that particular evidence receipt?
Yeah, so of that same cellular phone, a DNA swab, which is item number 5. DNA swab of the front of item of the black Google Pixel 3 cellular phone.
swabs of the front of the iPhone as well? Was there an iPhone on there too?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
The same thing, I removed the case, the black case from the iPhone. It was fingerprinted as well as the iPhone itself was fingerprinted. DNA swab of the front of item number 18-0832, 1-33, which is iPhone cellular phone. And then the case itself was separately packaged as item number 8, black case removed from item 18-0832, 1-33, iPhone cellular phone.
And did you ultimately put those swabs in the temporary evidence vaults?
Yes, I did.
To finish up, I just want to go, for purposes of completeness and for the record, through some items of evidentiary receipts with you.
Okay.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as S429. Showing counsel. Do you recognize that?
This is the evidence receipt from New Jersey State Police Central Regional Laboratory.
So on August 5th of 2019, let me ask you, did you resubmit anything to the New Jersey State Police Central Regional Laboratory?
Yes.
And what was that?
That was item number 27, which is black hooded jacket, which was the outermost garment of Keith Caneiro.
And does that correspond with S299, the black jacket that you looked at before with the holes in it?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what was the purpose of resubmitting it to the lab on August 5th of 2019?
We were submitting it for gunshot residue and/or distance determination.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S430. Do you recognize that?
This is New Jersey State Police Central Regional Laboratory evidence receipt, C18-10138, and submissions from August 20th of 2019.
And specifically, what was resubmitted here?
Ultimately, when they did the first test, when they tested the jacket initially, they have, I'll just read it. No packaging, gunshot residue, question transparency of grease test results. And there was 27-1, 27-2, 27-3, and 27-4. So those are part of the testing that they did of the jacket. They needed it resubmitted.
Now, I want to draw your attention forward during the investigation or during the pendency to February 20th of 2020. Did you resubmit the Sig Sauer corresponding to New Jersey State Police number 15 on that date?
Yes.
Was there an evidence property receipt that goes with it?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked in counsel, what's been marked as S363. Is that the evidence property receipt that goes with that?
Yes. New Jersey State Police evidence receipt, Central Regional Laboratory, laboratory number C18-10139. I submitted item 15, that 6 Sauer, at 11:56 a.m. on the 20th.
On that same date, did you resubmit the ballistic evidence or some of the ballistic evidence located from 15 Willowbrook Road as well?
Yes, I did.
Was there an evidence property receipt that went with that?
Yes, there is.
Showing counsel what's been marked as S362 as well as yourself. You recognize that?
Yes, this is evidence property receipt, New Jersey State Police Central Regional Laboratory, resubmission of items 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. That's it. That's their item numbers.
Getting toward the end, I'm just going to take
Take them back.
these back. On February 24th of 2020, did you return to the scene of 15 Willowbrook Road?
Yes.
And the purpose of that was to take samples of DNA from the kitchen area?
Yes.
Okay. Were adhesive markers used to identify those areas?
Yes, there were.
Who else was with you?
Sergeant Mueller and Detective Cordova.
Did you take photos?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you, if we could, slide 251. Can you just explain to us what we're looking at here?
I'm standing roughly in the foyer area. This is the entryway leading into the kitchen.
252.
On the frame of that entryway to the right, or I should say the north side of the frame, I'm just documenting prior to any utilizing any adhesive markers,
I'm sorry.
potential blood staining. Okay, sorry.
And 253.
A more close-up photograph of that staining.
254.
Again, a more close-up photograph of that staining with adhesive marker A, which denotes that I swabbed that area for potential DNA.
You say you swabbed the area. Did you also take a scraping of that area?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S335. Do you recognize that?
Yes, 24-2, adhesive marker A sample, DNA sample scraping of reddish stain from door frame in between foyer and kitchen, 15 Willowbrook Road, Colts Neck.
And I'm also showing you what's been marked as S334. Do you recognize? Oh, I'm sorry. I should have asked. Is there a state police number on there?
Yeah, state police number is 29.
And is that because it was sent to the DNA lab?
Yes, it was. This is 24,
S334?
sorry, 334 is 24-1, adhesive marker A swab, DNA swab of reddish stain from door frame in between foyer and kitchen, 15 Willowbrook Road, Colts Neck.
Thank you. We could have slide 255. What are we looking at here, Sergeant?
That is a photograph of potential blood staining on the south side of the island in the kitchen.
256.
Close-up photographs of that same stain.
I'm not going to ask you too many questions because we heard about this yesterday, but did you ultimately put an evidence marker there?
Yes.
We could have slide 257. What are we looking at?
Evidence marker B is in boy.
Did you take a sample from this area?
Yes, I did.
And in the form of what?
A swab.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S336. Okay, do you recognize that?
I do. My item number 24-3, adhesive marker B swab, DNA swab reddish stain from the south side of the kitchen island, 15 Willowbrook Road in Colts Neck, New Jersey State Police, number 30.
We could have slide 258. What are we looking at here?
That is blood staining located on the north side of the kitchen, bottom half of the counter cabinet or drawer, in the location where Jesse Canero's body was recovered.
259
A close-up photograph of that blood staining.
and 260.
That is the same close-up photograph with adhesive marker C, as in Charlie.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S337 and 338. And 338, we're up here, but I'm going to ask you to look at 337 first. What is that?
E37, my number 24-4, adhesive marker C swab, DNA swab of reddish stain from the lower kitchen cabinet on the north side of the kitchen, next to the garbage disposal at 15 Willowbrook Road, Colts Neck, New Jersey.
We can have slide 261. I'm sorry, let me ask you, was there a New Jersey State Police number on there?
Yes, it was, sorry.
What is that?
31.
Slide 261?
This is blood staining also on the north wall, or north side of the kitchen, just under the sink.
262?
Close-up photograph of that staining.
263?
Same close-up photograph, but with adhesive marker D's and delta.
Did you take a sample from that area?
He did,
In the form of what?
a swab.
And if you can look at S338, please.
S338 is my number 24-5, adhesive marker D, swab. DNA swab of reddish stain from the pull-out drawer just below the sink on the north side of the kitchen, 15 Willowbrook Road, Cold Snack, New Jersey. And it's New Jersey State Police, item number 32.
On February 25th of 2020, did you submit these to the New Jersey State Police DNA lab?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what, I'm showing you what, I'm sorry, I should show counsel. Forgot to show you, sorry. That's 414. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is New Jersey State Police Evidence Receipt Central Regional Laboratory. Again, it's C18-10138. I'm submitting items 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32 on February 25th, 2020, 1:24 p.m.
And did you ultimately submit any evidence to Bodie Lab?
Yes, I did.
Now, Bodie Lab is what kind of a lab?
It's a private DNA lab.
I'm going to show you, when you submitted evidence to them, did you receive an evidence property receipt?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S464 and 4. Do you recognize these? Starting with S464.
464 is a chain of custody or a submission receipt from Bodie Technology. Was submitted on 6/18/2020. Identified the description of the item, white package label, item 13-2, white package labels 13-3, clear heat sealed bag labeled 13-4, manila envelope, items 24-3, manila envelope labeled 24-3, manila envelope labeled 24-5, white box labeled item 5-4, and brown bag labeled 13-1.
And what is S473, if you recognize that?
473 is the evidence log of some of those items.
Okay, and the items specifically that you submitted to Bodie on that date, did they consist of a pair of jeans
Yes,
and gloves
yes,
and the swabs from the kitchen that you took on the February 20th, 2020?
yes.
And the swabs particularly, were they the B, C, and D swabs? If you recall.
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm going to show you.
I'd have to refer, I could read what I have here.
Okay.
5 swabs, New Jersey State Police items 6-1-6, 6-1-9, 6-2-2, 6-3-1-1-1, 6-3-1-1-2, 6-3-1-2-1 in packet BX 2019-00260, remove from item number 18-0861-1-6. So essentially I would have to refer to the results from the state police in order to identify them.
Okay. On February 17th of 2021, did you submit additional items to Bodie?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive an evidence property receipt from them?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you, counsel, what's been marked as S465. Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is the Bodie Technology chain of custody for submission on February 17th of 2021.
Okay, and on the other page 2,
Does it list what was submitted?
Yes, it does.
What is that?
Brown bag labeled Brooks Brothers scarf. Manila envelope labeled hair/fiber A. Manila envelope labeled hair/fiber B. And manila envelope labeled hair/fiber C.
And lastly, on December 21st of 2021, did you pick up certain items of evidence from Bodie?
Yes, it is.
And was there an evidence property receipt relinquishing that to you?
Yes.
I'm showing counsel it's been marked as S466. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
This is the Bodie Technology chain of custody, says secondary evidence. Essentially, all the items that I submitted are being returned.
On that sheet?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically what page is that on?
Page 3. Well, it's a little funky.
Does it spill over onto
Yeah.
several pages because it's a lot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's page 3 and 4.
And again, that's S466?
Sorry, I don't know. Is it on top there? Yes.
I have nothing further.
Stretch break.
Oh, good.
Okay, everybody can be seated. Sorry, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I would like to just start kind of where near you ended just now. You were shown some evidence receipts for items that were dropped off to the ballistics laboratory.
Yes, I was.
And those were marked as, I can show them if you don't remember, those were marked as S349 and S350.
I mean, I'll take your word for it, but I don't know off the top of my head.
I'll just approach Judge.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. Now, those are the ones, because there was a resubmission, but those are the ones that are dated November 26th of 2018.
Correct.
Okay. And your signature is on them?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I take that to mean that you're the one that dropped those items off?
Yes, that's essentially what it means. Yeah.
Okay. Who prepared the documents that you're looking at in 349 and 50 there?
The New Jersey State Police.
Okay. So, you go, you have the items, right? You give them the items.
Yes, sir.
They give you that property receipt.
Correct.
So anything written on that property receipt was written by the State Police Ballistics Lab and not yourself.
No. I create a submission request, if you will, prior.
You'll need to unlock your iPhone first.
So the brief history examination requested in the middle is from me. They generally make some additions to it. I can see a couple towards the bottom. But generally speaking, I am creating that.
Okay, so you said a couple of things about who does what in the document. I know that it's not clear. I don't think we're going to be able to put it on the screen. Can you show me who created which part of that synopsis?
I created underneath where it says location, above where all these stars are.
And you're looking at S349 right now, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Can we look at S350 for a second?
Yes.
And do we have the same little section on the front page where it says brief history / examination requested?
Yes.
Okay, and then we see a synopsis in there as well?
Yes.
Now, who created that language in that section of S350?
So it's the same thing underneath of location, or underneath Ocean Township, actually. That's my synopsis. And above the stars are the rest of it. Actually, it was delivered by me, both of these. The reason why there's two separate forms, obviously there's two separate cases, different case numbers on our end. MCP 1800780 is exhibit number 349, and MCP 1800782 is exhibit number 350, and 782 is related to the Ocean Township evidence. So they have to be separately submitted.
Gotcha. Let's focus on 782.
Okay.
And that's evidence item 350.
Okay.
I just want to take us back to that synopsis section on the first page of the document.
Okay.
When we're looking at that and we're determining who wrote the words in that section, would that be yourself or would that be somebody at the State Police Lab?
It would be the State Police Lab. It could be me. It might be Detective Catalona as well, because he was the lead in the Ocean Township aspect of the investigation.
Okay. So if it was yourself or Detective Catalona, that means that portion of the report would have been pre-prepared prior to your arrival at the ballistics lab?
Correct.
Okay. Can I take that back from you for a moment?
Sure. Just that one?
Yeah, or both. Thank you. So the thing is that in this document, S350, which was prepared either by yourself, this portion, or Detective Catalona, Paul Caneiro is, as of November 26, 2018, already being referred to as the suspect in the Colt's Neck incident. Is that right?
According to, are you saying according to that?
Yes.
Yes.
And
I mean, he's listed as such there, so.
And also, as of November 26, 2018, in reference to the Colt's Neck incident, is suspected to have disassembled and or altered firearms parts by exchanging parts.
Yes.
That is not an assertion of suspicion that came from the ballistics laboratory. That's an assertion of suspicion that came from either yourself or Detective Catalona.
Yes. I mean, ultimately, this is just a brief description of the incident. Doesn't change what the ballistics laboratory, the most important part of that is the bottom, it's still what we wrote, but what they're testing. And they're testing that item, the, you know, comparing the evidence.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to hold you to what the ballistics lab did as far as their conclusions testing.
Sure.
And I know you're not here to testify about that. I'm just trying to get a sense of who wrote what in the documents, and it sounds like the part that I just went over with you was either yourself or Detective Catalona.
Probably.
And at that time, obviously, and now, neither of you were members of the ballistics unit, right?
That's correct.
But it's an indication that these ideas were already on the minds of law enforcement prior to these items being submitted to the ballistics lab, right?
I mean, it's written, so yes, I can't speak to what was on my mind at the time, but clearly, or whoever wrote it, but clearly it was written that way, so.
I mean, it was meant to convey something important and meaningful to the ballistics lab, right?
It was just a brief description of the, I mean, we're saying the same thing, but it's just a brief description of the incident.
Right.
I wasn't trying to persuade them in any way, obviously, it's just describing why we're doing it.
No, but and I'm not, I'm not trying to say that this was an attempt by you to be persuasive. What I'm saying is, obviously, when you prepare these things, and I'm sure you've worked with Detective Catalona for
9 years.
9 years, right? And you know how you operate, you've had ample opportunity to see how he operates, right? Is that true?
Yes.
And, I would imagine when you're doing a brief synopsis, what you're trying to do in a synopsis is include what you think is the pertinent, relevant information, right?
Yes.
That the person you're writing it to needs to know in order to effectuate their part of the investigation, right?
Yes.
And that's what you did here, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, to take you back now, when you first arrived at 15 Willowbrook, that's November 20th, 2018,
Yes, sir.
and you document in your report, and you talked about it here today, that there's a significant perimeter set up, not just around the property, but around the roads that lead to and intersect with the property.
Yes, sir.
And there's also some sort of barrier. Is there a barrier at any time all the way around the Willowbrook, the 15 Willowbrook property line? Or was it more constricted to areas of interest for law enforcement?
Are you talking about in terms of roadways or just, I mean, there was crime scene tape, yeah, in that sense, yes. But it wasn't blocked off the roadways surrounding it, if that's what you're asking me.
The property line of the property 15 Willowbrook.
Yes.
It starts at, it faces Willowbrook Road, right?
Yes.
But then it extends back off the road, and there's a property line that would mark out that property, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you, at some point during this investigation. I think you met with either a township or a county surveyor,
Engineer.
engineer, and you actually handed over some architectural drawings of the property to that person.
Yes.
Did they give you anything as far as a property map, a map of the actual land area?
Yes,
They did?
they did.
Okay, and were you able to ascertain the acreage of the property?
No.
Okay. Did you ever take any measurements of the property yourself?
No, I did not.
I saw that when you were talking about the orange and blue and black gloves, we saw a slide where it looked like you had taken a measurement from the distance between a roadway and where the gloves were located, and that was about 160 feet?
Not Willowbrook Road, there was a then gravel lot that continued, I guess it would be north,
Right.
off Willowbrook Road.
Sure.
And then kind of wrapped around. So 160 feet I measured to that gravel lot.
Oh, yeah, no, I think we can come back to that specific aspect of it. What I'm saying is when you took that measurement in the case, the measurement you took ended up being about 160 feet.
Yes, sir.
And how did you take that measurement?
With I believe it was a measuring tape, like a large measuring tape, I think.
Okay. So you have to roll it like a wheel thing?
Kind of like a wheel one, yeah.
I'm sorry?
I honestly, I don't remember if it was a wheel or tape, but we have large, rolled evidence tape as well.
Okay. So if you need to, and do you have that wheel measuring device?
We have that, yes.
Okay. And could you explain to everybody like how that works, what it does?
So basically, if I use that, the wheel measuring device, you zero it out, place the wheel, and as you walk forward and the wheel rotates, it's going to give the distance of how long you've walked.
Other than that 160-foot measurement you took in reference to the orange and black and blue gloves, did you take any other land measurements in this case?
In that area, or in general?
In general?
No.
Okay.
The scale measurements of the property was done by the engineers. That's not them just drawing it, that's actually a two-scale documentation.
Sure. So, well, let me bring up some photos for you, okay? Can I have in front of you? Okay. This is going to be D1-272. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
I think that's a photo you took, right? Maybe.
probably.
Hard to know. But that's obviously 15 Willowbrook, right?
Yes, it is.
And we can see that the photographer is positioned what looks like on the top of the balcony area of the property.
Yes, looks like it.
And we're looking out into the backyard area, and to the right of the photo, we can just kind of see the solar panels.
Yes, sir.
Now, we see a tree line in that photo, right?
Yes, sir.
And you actually did a walk around the property line at some point, right?
In what way? So, for a search?
So maybe I was mistaken about that, because I saw in your report you listed something as a line search, and I
Yes.
assumed that meant property line.
I didn't do that.
Okay.
That was conducted by other officers of other agencies, particularly in reference to the line search at the scene. That was by particularly members of the Monmouth County Sheriff's Office, but ultimately there were about 5 agencies that assisted in that search, along with a search of, again, that map we showed earlier with the yellow lines, that property line search or outside the property line search.
Okay. All right. So I might have interpreted your use of you conducting a line search with you went to the property line, but it sounds like what happened is you're documenting the fact that other officers, maybe some with canines, some without, went around the property line.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When we see in 272 here, D272, the tree line, is it your understanding that that's kind of the boundary of the property line?
Generally, that's my understanding, yes.
Okay. Do you know whether there's water in the area of that tree line going around the property?
I do not.
Okay. Did you ever, so it sounds like, did you ever walk to any of these areas on the property line where the property meets that tree line?
No, I did not.
Do you ever go towards any areas to see if there were any breaks in that tree line along the property?
I did not.
I'm going to show you D1-273. This is going to be another photo. I think you'll agree from the second story balcony of the property, right?
Yes, sir.
We can now see fully the solar panels, right?
Yes, sir.
And to the right of the solar panels, we see a bunch of small trees.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever walk into that area where those trees are?
I did not, no.
Okay. Again, in this photo, we can kind of see some telephone wire lines towards the upper right-hand side of the photo.
Yes,
Is it your understanding that that would be Willowbrook Road?
it appears to be, yes.
Okay. Now showing you it's already been published as D1-317. Do you recognize that?
That appears to be aerial photography or aerial photograph of the property. I assume that's Willowbrook Road running horizontally along the bottom of the photograph.
Do you see on this photo what appears to be a dirt road
Yes,
leading to another property that's located behind the 15 Willowbrook property?
yes,
Did you ever go to that dirt road?
I did not.
Okay. Do you see next to that dirt road on the 15 Willowbrook property, there appears what might be a clearing to get onto the property? Or can you not tell?
I see what you're talking about. It's hard to tell from this, but yeah, I vaguely see what you're talking about, sure.
Did you ever go to that part of the property?
I did not, know.
I'm just going to show you what's marked and was previously published as D1-318. Okay, so can you tell that that's a close-up of those areas we were just talking about?
Yes, sir.
And do you see what maybe a little more clearly could be a clearing onto the property?
Appears to be, yes.
Okay. And again, though, you were not in that area.
I was not part of that search, no.
Okay. Now, you said that that line search obviously was conducted with the help of some canine police, right?
Yes, sir.
And it turned up a cigar box, I believe?
Yes, sir.
And it turned up there was an emblem to a car?
Yes, sir.
And that car emblem was for a Honda, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you took some photos of the car emblem?
I did.
And these are D1-270.
Yes, sir.
We see you placed an evidence marker there.
Yes,
Looks
evidence
like
marker 6.
6, right? And we see the Honda emblem next to that.
Yes.
And then you took D1271, took a somewhat closer up shot of that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the garage of the house, there was a Maserati Ghibli. Is that how you say that?
I don't know.
And a Maserati Levant,
Yes, sir.
and a Porsche Carrera.
Correct.
And then out in the driveway, there was a Mercedes XL350.
Yes, sir.
There was no Honda on the property, right?
Correct.
We didn't hear about the Honda emblem today in terms of the evidence that you submitted to any laboratories.
Correct.
And that would be because it wasn't submitted to any laboratories.
That's correct.
And it wasn't swabbed for DNA or anything like that.
Correct.
And it wasn't checked for fingerprints.
Correct. I mean, yes, correct.
What's, do you see towards the end of the end of the emblem that's closer to the cone and closer to the bottom of the photo? Do you see an area of what appears to be red
Yes,
on
sir.
the emblem? Do you know what that is?
I don't right now, no.
Okay. Was there any efforts made to determine what that is?
I know.
Okay. Just to go back to the line search that occurred on the property. I'm just going to put D1317 back up on the screen for now, because we need it. How long do you recall that line search taking?
I don't know.
How many officers do you recall participating in the search?
So the overall search of both the scene and the exterior or surrounding areas, I believe it was 36 officers.
Right, but you said that that search had a 3-mile radius.
Including the property.
Right. The 3 miles is pretty big.
Well, 3 miles going primarily east, according to the map, but, yeah.
Well, when you said,
I agree with you. It's-
no, I'm just saying, like, when you said radius, did you mean circle? Or
Well,
did you mean?
relative to the radius from where the residence is or the property is to the furthest east, on that line search is about 3 miles, so that radius. But total, I guess not, it would be more, I guess it would be more of a diameter, probably 3 to 4 miles in diameter.
Okay. Did that extend down Long Bridge Road?
I'd have to refer to the map, I don't know.
Which map would that be?
The map I created or the report that was done about that search?
Okay.
I did not take part in the search.
Gotcha.
That was done by other members of both my office as well as other agencies.
Okay. So we could look at the map, but should I take that to mean you wouldn't know exactly where people did or didn't go?
That map was created just to give a visual of what I was reading on the report that I read.
Right.
I frankly don't know exactly where everyone went. And even from a surveillance standpoint, that wouldn't be a forensic search. That's more of a major crimes and other investigators are looking for surveillance and things like that.
Okay.
So I am not the one I was not involved in that search, just that it was separately, they searched the area, including obviously the property thoroughly.
Gotcha. So, all right. You're not the guy to ask about that. But the property search, it sounds like it took place while you were maybe on the property doing other things?
Yes, sir.
Did anybody ever find a handicap placard?
No.
line search include this dirt road?
That was not part of the line search.
Did anybody ever come back to you as part of that line search and say they wanted you to photo document tire tracks in this clearing area of the property that we talked about?
No.
Did anybody ever want you to document vehicle tracks on that dirt road?
No.
There was something that you brought to the property, it was called a Faro laser scanner?
Yes, sir.
So that basically is like, I think it kind of looks like the thing on the Google Maps car a little bit.
Kind of, yeah.
And it can take a 360-degree photograph.
Yes.
And you can also place it in different locations, and it can kind of do like a plot map of everything that it's seeing, right?
Yes.
And
In this case, it was very difficult to faro this scene. One, because basically what we're doing is taking 360-degree scan as well as 300 degrees vertically. Basically meaning the area directly under the scanner is not going to register. And then we're registering all the different scans together. So it was very difficult with that faro because of the water. It basically reflected off the ground and it made it mirrored. It looked like he almost like dropped through the floor in a sense.
Yeah.
So it was very difficult to capture the scene as a whole. And in the interior scene is even worse for the same reasons with the water and then freezing, as well as the fact that everything kind of looks the same because it was on fire. So which is the reason why we did it, and it took a while to do, but it ultimately didn't assist.
yeah, yeah. But I guess my question about it was, I saw in the scans, it looked like there were almost like overhead shots of the property. Was that a drone that did that, or was it?
No, what happens with the scans is it's scanning the ground and it's scanning the area, and then you can do essentially kind of like a fly. You can view it from different angles.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, you're only looking at the areas that are visible to the scanner,
Yeah.
such as if the scanner were right here, I can't see on the other end of it. So you can then look overhead, but that part's not visible, or anything that's not visible to where the scanner is. So it's not going up in the air and taking a scan. It's basically taking ground level scans of the area and then viewing it from different angles.
Mm-hmm. Did you use a drone in this case?
I did not know.
Was there a drone used?
I believe so, but I'd have to refer to my report.
Okay. Anybody, well, let's keep it to you, because that's not a fair question to you, but, so I take it to mean that we don't have a measurement from you on, let's say, the corner of the garage to this clearing.
Not technically, but I'd have to refer to that aerial property line diagram created by the engineers, and obviously there's a scale on that, so theoretically we could use that scale if you need to.
Okay. Was that, but it doesn't sound like that was something that you have looked at in preparation for this case today, right?
Correct.
By the way, that Faro laser, it can also measure distances, right?
Yes, it can. In an ideal situation, like I said, it's difficult with difficult. It was just a very difficult scene to scan.
I got you. Now,
Mr. Murray, I'm going to stop you now.
okay.
I didn't want to stop you mid-thought, that's why I was just making sure you were good.
That's fine.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. We're breaking right at 12:30, so I'll give you until 1:40 just to make sure you have 5 minutes to get down, 5 minutes to get back up here. We'll start back up right at 1:40. If we can just move the evidence, if you don't mind. Anything we need to put on the record before? Okay. We have a nice lunch. I'll see everybody at, if you could be in here at 1:35, so we can start right on time.
Superior Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Mark Lemieux presiding.
Good afternoon, please be seated.
Good afternoon.
Is anyone making lunch for each other yet?
We have one baking for us, but that's about it.
Different cookie every
We
week.
should be like, it's time to get closer. I mean, we're about months in now. I expect more.
Potluck.
There you go.
That's why we gotta start doing the potluck.
There you go.
Rock pot in.
There you go. Yeah, listen, whatever you want. Okay, this is State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 19-02-0283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good afternoon, Judge Chris Decker for the state.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Monica Maskelyne on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro, Mr. President.
Good afternoon, Judge Andy Murray for Mr. Caneiro.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Caneiro.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Okay, Detective Sergeant Bode is coming back to the stand. Sir, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Murray, when you're ready, you can continue your cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. So, sir, you know that other detectives and investigators in this case did things like obtain video surveillance from houses in and around 15 Willowbrook,
Yes, sir.
and that the purpose of that was to determine if there was any pertinent vehicle traffic in the early morning hours of November 20th, 2018.
Yes, sir.
And obviously, you know that you may not have seen it, but video surveillance was obtained by law enforcement. Right?
Yes, sir.
And of course, those aspects of the investigation contribute to an attempt by law enforcement to construct something approaching a timeline for the events that occurred at 15 Willowbrook, right?
Right.
And obviously, a timeline, if you can construct one, is important for an investigation. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
We have maybe some engineering measurements of the property, but what you had said to us before lunch is that you never actually walked the property in terms of going to its boundaries, right?
Correct.
And so I'm just going to show what was previously marked as D1-309. I believe it's also been previously published. This is 1-309. Obviously, it's 15 Willowbrook again, right, sir?
Yes, sir.
And then, so in the top right of the photo, we see where that clearing that we were talking about before would be on the property, right?
Yes, sir.
And then we see all those, from this vantage point, we can see all of the small trees that dot the property in that section of 15 Willowbrook, correct?
In that general area, yes.
Now, we could know the distance, potentially, between the garage and that upper right corner of the property in the photo, but knowing the distance alone wouldn't necessarily tell us how long it might take a person to travel from the garage to that location.
Because of the trees? Is that what you're asking?
Well, you never walked it, right?
That's correct.
So you wouldn't have an assessment of how long it would take, right?
Correct.
Also, you were on the property for the most part during daylight hours, right?
For the 5 days we were there? No, we were there both day and night. Not late into the night, but it was dark out.
It was dark. Were you able to see into those section of small trees once the sun went down?
I didn't look.
Okay. But since you never walked that section of the property, I'm assuming you have no idea how long it would take somebody to walk through that section to the corner of the property at night in the dark.
Objection, asked and answered.
If you can answer it.
I would have no idea because I didn't do it.
Okay. Now, you also talked about a shell casing that was taken from inside the home, and it was marked with an evidence cone 13.
Yes, sir.
Now, that was actually from, it was in a debris pile, right? Do I have that right?
Yes, sir.
And the debris pile was originally in the house, it was taken outside the house, and it was sifted through in the yard.
No.
Okay, it was sifted
It
through.
was done pretty much right there.
It
It
was
was
done.
hand sifted, but in that location.
Gotcha. But it was originally that pile where you have the marker 13, that pile was originally not on a flat surface, it was in the stairwell, it was in the stairs to the basement, right?
Correct.
And so the shell casing that you found that's marked with evidence marker 13, we don't know exactly where that shell casing was, I'd imagine, where it was positioned, but it was somewhere in that pile of debris that was on the stairs.
Correct.
Okay. And so,
Obviously, after the fact that they were all the floor and the debris was cleaned in a sense, or brought together and into those piles, but obviously after the fire itself, after the thousands of gallons of water to put out the fire, so that there was some movement, certainly, so that's where it ended up by the time it was searched.
okay. So you're saying that, like, you're...
I'm just saying that
are you-
it's
are you-
in that vicinity,
Yeah.
but was it initially in that location? I don't know, but it could have been in the foyer. It was definitely near it. That's what I'm asking.
Okay. It sounds like you were suggesting that it was potentially moved, but you're not.
No.
You're just saying that
Not
you
at
don't
all.
know.
Correct.
You don't know if it was there.
I'm not at all saying that.
You don't know if it was there because when it was fired out of the gun, it landed in the stairwell?
But
Or
if
if
it ejected from the gun, it could have landed in the stairwell.
Right.
Yes.
But you're saying it also could have landed someplace else and been moved potentially by the fire hoses that were pumping water into the house?
Yes. You're saying moved, but not in the sense that it was physically moved, but it could have moved based off, it could have been in the foyer, for example, and made it, ended up in that, near that stairwell.
Right.
Right.
Right. Yeah, no, not suggesting that a person,
Correct.
that some other force caused it to be there. But we don't know, is the point.
Correct.
Okay. What we do know is that it was in the debris pile, and that debris pile was on the basement stairs.
Correct.
And there is also a, and I suppose we should just take a look at it now since we're talking about it. So this is D1-259. And that's the evidence marker where the shell casing was located?
Yes.
Okay. And then this is D1-260, that's just the more, without the marker, but that's just the general pile. That's how the debris pile looked, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. D1-261. That's a hand holding the shell casing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then there was also a bullet specimen found in the kitchen, right?
Correct.
And I'm just going to show you photos of that. This is D1-274. That would be the bullet specimen that you located in the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
And then D1275 is a close-up of that same bullet.
Yes, sir.
Here we see that you have placed the evidence cone near the item, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's 7. I don't know
Correct.
if you can see it in the photo, but 7. Yeah.
Mr. Murray, what number was that one?
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge.
That's okay.
That's D1-276. And then lastly, this is D1-277. Now the evidence marker is gone. This is from the perspective is a little wider here. We can see a little more of the home in the shot, right?
Correct.
We
Well,
could,
I think so.
okay,
Same general
same area,
motion, yeah.
same area, but we can now see the sunroom,
Sure.
and now we can see, and we can also see outside those windows and what's that wall area on the outside of the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how tall is that wall?
I do not know.
And that, on the other side of that wall, like we can't see it in this photo, but on the other side of this wall here, it was a stone wall, right?
It's a stone wall, yes.
Stucco or something like
Yes,
that?
sir.
On the other side of that wall is that paved deck, right?
Correct.
And that's the paved deck where the live round was found.
Yes, sir.
But, so did we ever take a measurement of this wall?
No.
Okay, so we don't know how tall it is?
Correct.
We don't know if somebody could shoot over that wall or not shoot over that wall?
I don't know how tall it is.
Okay. I guess it would depend on the height of the person.
Sure.
But did you ever walk up to that wall and see how tall you were compared to it?
No.
All right. Anyway, in this photo, we see the sunroom, we see the windows outside. These are cabinets, I guess.
They appear to be.
Okay. So at this point in time, though, we're not really close. We're not in the same room, I should say, as the shell casing we were just talking about that was marked with evidence cone 13, right?
That's correct. From the debris pile?
From the debris pile.
Correct.
Because that's kind of on the other side of the house in the stairs leading to the basement, right?
Reference to this photograph, I'm standing in the kitchen,
Yeah.
and that foyer is next to the kitchen.
Right.
So it's 1 room away,
Yeah.
1.5 rooms away.
Maybe we could look at it. So would it be possible for me to have slide 46 on C? I'm sorry, and the other table, please. Thank you. All right, can you see that clearly?
Yes, sir.
So basically, we see the kitchen, and there's a wall, not a full wall, but a partial wall between the kitchen and the foyer, right?
Correct.
And then we see the stairs depicted, right?
Correct.
But from the stairs, if we were in the basement, at the top of the basement stairs, and we looked straight forward, we'd be looking at that wall, right?
Where am I looking? Which direction? When you say straight forward.
If you're at the top of the basement stairs,
Got that.
looking into the foyer,
Okay.
you'd be looking towards that partial wall.
If you're looking west, you'd be looking towards that partial wall of the kitchen and the entry into the kitchen.
Okay,
Or, I'm sorry, the partial wall of the foyer, but that shares a wall with the kitchen.
got it. And obviously those steps in the basement is where you found the shell casing, right?
Yes, sir.
And then there's a marking on the other side of the house in the kitchen, 1-12,
Yes, sir.
and what's that?
That is evidence marker 7, the key's on the top right, evidence marker 7, bullet specimen.
That's the one we were just talking about, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, there would be no way for us to tell whether, just in terms of their spatial relationship to one another. There'd be no way to tell whether that shell casing and that bullet were originally part of a single live round, right? You couldn't make a determination about that.
If they can tell that it came from the same firearm presumably, but not that they were together, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah,
Correct.
okay.
When you say they, who are you talking about?
Oh, well, the ballistics laboratory.
Okay.
But obviously, and I'm not trying to take you outside of what your role in this case was, but I'm just trying to say that there'd be no way for you, just based on the location of the items, to determine whether they were originally part of a single live round or whether they came from multiple live rounds.
Correct.
But they are seemingly separated by a partial wall between that foyer and the kitchen, correct?
That's correct.
Now, obviously you're familiar with firearms,
Yes, sir.
and you, I think, have been involved in teaching various classes at, is it the police academy or?
A couple different places. We do a couple times a year teachings at the Monmouth County Police Academy for recruits, law enforcement recruits, as well as special law enforcement recruits. We also run a crime scene investigation course directed at patrol officers and detectives throughout the state, as well as a separate fingerprint one for the same individuals.
And have you done firearms instruction, or was it like a ballistics?
It's more ballistics.
More ballistics.
Yes.
But obviously, you can carry a gun, right?
That's true.
Do you have to qualify every year?
Yes, I do. Twice a year.
So you go to a range and you shoot, right?
Correct.
And that's a handgun.
Yes, sir.
And it's you're aware when you fire a handgun, typically if it's not a revolver, the cartridge casing is going to get ejected out of the gun.
Correct.
Right, through an ejector port.
Yes, sir.
And that typically the movement of that would be back and to the right of the shooter.
Not so much back, but to the right, up and to the right, but yes. Obviously, that depends on how the movement of the firearm itself, if it's tilted in some way, that could adjust it, but generally speaking, yes.
Okay. Now, if we could just talk about electronics for a minute. You mentioned that there was the Google Pixel phone that
Yes,
was
sir.
outside,
Correct.
that was near Keith.
Correct.
Obviously, it was not, from the photos we could see, it was not under his body, but it was nearby.
Correct.
And it was visible to you. Was it visible to you when you walked up, or did you have to move that?
I had to move it slightly.
Okay, and so I'm assuming somebody else told you about it?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. It wasn't, your understanding is it wasn't obscured in any way, it was just sitting on top of the grass?
Correct.
Okay.
Obviously, before they put the tarp over his body,
Right.
it was more visible. So I say they, whether it's law enforcement or fire department members were aware of it, so that's how I became aware of it.
Gotcha. And so what happens when you have a device like that that's outside? When you approach it, do you have a set series of protocol in mind for how to address the item, or does it kind of vary?
So you're saying a cell phone specifically, or any item?
Maybe specifically a cell phone, I'm saying.
So the way I'm treating it as any piece of physical evidence, documenting it, photographing it, using the placard sometimes, depending on the situation, but packaging it in the same way. So I didn't do anything differently in this case, especially since I had a member of the computer crimes unit on scene with me, so he's the expert in that, so I immediately turned it over to him.
Okay. So when you, did you make any notations about when you handled the item? Did the home screen come on or anything like that?
I did not.
Okay. That obviously is an item that you submitted ultimately to be processed for DNA.
The cell phone?
The Pixel, yes.
No.
Well, was it the case?
What do you mean the case? The casing? The discharge casing?
No, you separated the case from the phone.
Well, the case was separated, but it was not tested. It was printed, if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, I saw that. Just give me 1 second, sorry.
Sure.
Yeah, I thought that this 0832-13-1 DNA swab at the front of item 1-1 black Google Pixel.
Yes, I did swab it.
Yeah.
It was not sent to the lab for testing.
I'm sorry. So I misspoke, but it was swabbed for DNA.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but it wasn't submitted to the lab.
Correct.
And it wasn't submitted to the lab because?
Because it's Keith's phone. He has ownership of that phone. At that point, it was precautionary that I would swab it and swab it for DNA, or at least hold the swab. I learned any information as to it being belonging to or being touched by someone else or being someone else's phone, then I would presumably that could be sent to the lab for testing. But in this case, Keith has ownership of the phone, and there's no reason to believe that anyone other than Keith touched that phone. The idea of us swabbing something does not mean it's always going to be tested. We hold those swabs as they're doing further examination of that phone in computer crimes or whoever's doing the forensic examination of that phone.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're touching it. So if I found out later, after the fact, that, oh, that was actually really important and someone held this or it ended up down the road, whatever the situation, I want to make sure I have possession of a swab of that phone just in case.
Sure. I mean, that seems like a good idea. Who made the decision to not submit it to was that your decision not to submit it to the lab? Was that somebody else's decision?
Ultimately, it's my decision.
Okay. Now, obviously, the phone is next to Keith, right?
Yes, sir.
And it sounds like you're saying, well, I wouldn't submit that because I don't have any reason to believe that anyone besides Keith would have touched it that night, right?
That's correct.
Now, Keith's jacket got submitted to the lab, right?
Correct.
And Keith's jacket got submitted for maybe a somewhat different reason, because
Very different reason.
it was, sure. But forensically, obviously, you're submitting that item for potentially gunshot residue, you said, right?
Yes, sir.
Which is a very different thing than DNA. But the thing is, I think you knew that Keith was wearing that jacket
Correct.
when the shooting occurred, right?
Correct.
And I think that obviously there was no doubt about what caused the injuries to Keith in terms of the fact that they were gunshots, right?
Yes, sir.
And we don't know if a person might have grabbed that phone and ultimately decided not to take it from the scene that night, right?
I have no reason to believe that. There's no evidence to believe that. There's no investigative, I've not told anything from the other aspects of the investigation, and I have absolutely no reason to believe that anybody other than Keith touched his own phone.
Okay. And we have some other items that were taken, collected, I should say. there was another phone in the kitchen
Yes, sir.
that was collected by yourself, right?
Correct.
Did you come to learn in the course of this investigation who that phone belonged to?
I did not.
You did not.
I mean, somebody did. I don't believe I was told, but I did. It was swabbed and printed as the other one was. You know, as a precaution, like I mentioned earlier.
Right.
And if there was any significance and any belief that anyone else owned that phone or any of it, there was reason to send that, I would have been informed of that.
Sure. So, I mean, that's a strong indication that it was determined that the phone was owned by one of the residents of 15 Miller.
Correct.
You just don't know who.
Correct. I mean, I'm presuming that, but yes, correct.
Right. But no, so I'm just saying, like, if I were to say, like, do you know Sophia's phone or do you know it's Jen's phone or something like that, you wouldn't know the answer to that question.
Correct.
Okay. Now, those were the only two phones that you collected from the scene.
Correct. The only two phones that, the electronic, on that, in the beginning part of the investigation that I collected.
Right. So, but specifically from 15 Willowbrook.
Correct.
And you looked through not just the first floor of the house. Obviously, you told us you went through the basement of the house, right?
Yes, sir.
And you went through the second floor of the house.
Correct.
And you did a thorough search of each of those areas of the house, right?
Correct.
I mean, obviously, the thing is, cell phones, even if we don't think that a perpetrator might have touched them, they're important because they could have useful data inside of them, right?
Right.
And so, like, if you're seeing one, you would obviously collect it from the scene.
If I'm seeing a phone, generally it would be collected from the scene, yes.
I mean, and certainly in this case, if you had seen a third phone, let's say, at 15 Willowbrook, you would have collected it.
Correct.
Now, the computer crimes unit, that was Sergeant, was that
Broccoli.
Broccolier? And the thing is, so those devices have to go to specialists because they're trained in how to extract information from them and whatnot, right?
Correct.
And obviously that was done with mostly all of the electronic devices, or all of the electronic devices that were recovered by yourself in this case, right?
That were recovered from the scene in this case. There were other electronics recovered by at a later date from the computer crime unit.
Mm-hmm.
But yes.
Right. From the scene.
Correct.
By you.
Correct.
Now, there was a laptop in the kitchen, right?
Yes, sir.
And there was actually also a canine from the state police that was trained in locating electronics.
I don't want to speak out of turn, but I believe the K9 was from the FBI.
Okay. And so that canine actually found a server cabinet, right?
Yes, sir.
And then there was a digital video recorder in that cabinet?
There was.
And it's
my understanding.
Okay. It was, I think you put it in your report, you said it was a GE Security DVMRE
Yes,
video
sir.
recorder, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's what we see here in D1-282.
Yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I thought you were asking a...
Did you have any interactions with other officers regarding this system, or did you collect it, or?
I just took custody of it. It was actually collected by the experts in that field who knew what they were looking for. Brought it up from the basement. Again, as the evidence custodian, I took custody of it just to keep all the evidence together.
Okay.
But that's the extent of my knowledge of this.
All right. But you know this is like a plug-in system, right? Like it plugs into the wall.
It appears to be.
Yeah. There were other security cameras at the house. There were other security apparatus at the house, right? In terms of surveillance.
Are you talking about the Wise cameras, or what are you referring to?
So outside, there's, you obviously went through all the areas of the home. That would include the front door, right?
Correct.
You also went through the side door that's located next to the garage into that mudroom.
Correct.
And in that area of the house, there's a doorbell. There was a Nest doorbell.
Okay. Yes.
Yes. Did you, were you involved in any collection efforts with that Nest doorbell?
I was not.
Okay. And just so we're clear, looking at D1278, that's the side door in the front of the house, correct?
That is, yes.
And then there's a railing there?
There is.
And that railing leads, that's a set of stairs that leads down to the garage area, right?
I believe so, yes.
And then if we walked into that open door, we would be in the mudroom area.
Correct.
To the left of the open door, we see the window frame, right?
Yes,
Windows.
correct.
And then to the left of that, we see that Nest kind of doorbell camera, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm just showing you, this is what was previously published as D1-1. Now, what we're seeing here is a view looking out towards the front of the house, right?
This looks like a still frame, not me, but I didn't take a photo. This is the still frame of that Nest doorbell camera.
Yeah. This would appear to be taken by that Nest camera, right?
Yes, sir.
And then, so the DVR that, just so we're clear, so the DVR was given to you, you collected that,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And the laptop in the kitchen was collected by, given or collected by you?
Collected by me.
You collected the Pixel phone.
Correct.
You collected the other iPhone in the kitchen.
Correct.
You collected another, there was a Chromebook that you came back for at some point.
I believe it is in the office?
Yeah.
Yes.
All those things were collected, and of course, those were all given individual numbers in terms of the property receipt in this case.
Yes, sir.
So, like the Pixel was 1-1 in your property records, right?
Yes, sir.
But the Nest camera, the physical device, was not collected by you.
Correct. It was clearly not necessary to collect a physical Nest camera because there's, again, I don't want to speak about the inner work, how a Nest camera works, but
Yeah.
I was told by
Well-
the experts that deal with this and computer crimes. and whatnot.
So there's no question. So I don't want you to answer that question. You're talking about what other people are telling you, that's hearsay.
Okay.
What I hear you saying is that if there were collection efforts regarding Nest footage, you weren't a part of it.
Correct.
If there were.
Of the if there were, correct.
There was also Detective Sostian and Detective Lenard. Are they from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office?
Yes, sir.
And did they come to the scene on multiple occasions in this case?
I know of one, definitely, but I'm not sure how many times they came to the scene.
Okay.
Off the top of my head.
Okay. Not how many, but obviously, it sounded from your report like they were both there on at least more than one occasion.
Okay.
They are from the computer crimes unit too?
Correct, they were.
And they were there to collect various items of interest in the case, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have any contact with them as far as what they were taking from the property or how they were doing it?
No.
No. Okay. Do you know if they took anything physically, like tangible items affixed to the property?
I don't know exactly what was taken.
Okay.
It was done at a later date. Meaning not the first, 2 days.
Well, that's something we should talk about, because there's this idea of a property being at some point released by law enforcement when it's previously been the subject of
The scene itself, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the scene gets released when law enforcement essentially is finished processing the scene.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember when that happened in this case?
I do not.
Okay. There was a company called Rimkiss involved with this property. They were associated with the insurance company.
Yes, sir.
And it was AIG who insured the property?
I remember Ribkiss. I don't remember AIG, if it's all part of the same thing. Then.
Okay. I just, I think it's in your report. I think it's in what's marked as S280. You said that, I believe that Rimkiss was there on behalf of AIG?
Okay.
Yeah.
Then that must be the case.
You want to see it?
I trust you.
Okay. What were they doing there? Do you know?
I don't.
You don't know.
I
Do you
do
know if
not
they were like taking pictures of the house?
Objection, he has to answer to.
He said he didn't know.
Were you there when any officials from that company were ever there?
Can I refer to my report?
Which one do you want to refer to?
The one where they came?
The one where they're mentioned?
I think he said S280.
S280, thank you, Judge.
I think that's what you said.
Can I have this detail? So I'm just going to refer you to, just so we're clear, this is S280, is that your report? Or
Yes,
one of your reports?
yes it is.
Okay, just referring you to page 5 of 7. If you could read that portion to yourself there.
Can I also refer to my initial report?
Sure. So S275?
This is the receipt that they sent it to me through FedEx.
Okay. This is the one you're talking about?
Uh,
That's S275?
yes, sir. So the stuff that you gave me initially, which is S280, that's the receipt of me receiving a FedEx from Rimkus of the samples that they collected.
Okay. Okay. Collected from where?
Exhibit A, floor sample of front foyer in 15 Willowbrook Road, recovered by fire investigator Donald Berg of Rimkus Consulting Group. 25-2. Exhibit B, floor sample of landing stairs from 15 Willowbrook Road, recovered by investigator Donald Berg. I won't read the whole thing for each one, but 25-3 is Exhibit C, floor sample from basement closet. 25-4, Exhibit D, control sample from 15 Willowbrook Road. 25-5, Exhibit E, votive candle from 15 Willowbrook Road. And 25-6, Exhibit F, vegetable peeler from 15 Willowbrook Road.
And then so I have this correct, so that person who's referenced Donald Berg apparently FedExed you those items.
Yes, he collected them. For whatever reason, he decided to collect them. Ultimately, I requested him send it to me, just so I have possession of those items after he's done whatever examination he's doing.
Gotcha. So he was it sounds like he was at the house at 15 Willowbrook to collect these items at some point, right?
Correct.
And it also sounds like you weren't there when he did that.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Okay, I'll take it. Thank you. There were Wise cameras that you were shown today. You collected those, correct?
Yes, I did.
And those cameras there was one in the kitchen, one in the sunroom, but there were several in the garage, right?
Yes.
Now, one of those cameras faced the rear garage door.
Yes, sir.
And that would be this door here in D1279.
I can't see it.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. On the opposite side, yes. In the garage.
Like the camera's in the garage.
Correct.
But this is the door that it's looking at.
Yes.
Because on the other side of the garage, there's 3 garage doors.
Correct.
But the camera that was looking out was looking at this door.
Yes, along the north, it was affixed to the north wall.
Okay. And I think you're not so much worried about that camera when you're taking this photo. What you're doing in this photo is documenting the solar light.
Yes, sir.
And that we see right here above the garage door, right?
Correct.
And actually we have a little bit better photo of that in D1-280. It's appears to be a little more illuminated, right?
Correct.
Okay. This is obviously a nighttime shot. We can see, though, it appears you have some illumination behind you for this shot.
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know? Those red...
Would be. Can you go back to the other photo?
Sure.
Yeah, it looks like there's some illumination there. I mean, I'm using an exterior flash on my camera.
Okay.
I believe on this one, because I was trying to capture low light of that specific light, I believe I used a tripod and basically put it in manual mode so that I can try and get the ambient light from the scene. I don't remember what lighting was used other than that.
It's a digital camera, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Those red, we saw them in some of the photos, they look like red portable generators almost that were brought onto the property?
Yes, sir.
And those were brought on by the police or fire?
Yes, sir.
Someone? Did those have the ability, those would have the ability to have like lights affixed to them, right?
Correct.
And so when it got dark and people were still processing the scene at night, you could turn those generators on and they would provide light to the property, correct?
Correct.
And without that light source, the home, I'm assuming that there was a period of time where the home was obviously de-energized and remained de-energized even though law enforcement was on scene, right?
You mean the electricity running through the home?
Yeah.
Not those, yes, correct.
And so without those lights on those generators, I'd imagine it was fairly dark on this property, correct?
Correct.
There wasn't much other ambient light to rely on.
Correct.
Oh, I'm sorry, by the way. In 21-80, we also see above the electric panel, which is kind of in the shaded area there, above that we have a circular object. Is that a light?
I don't know.
You don't know. Above that we have another object. Is that a light or a camera?
I don't know right now, off the top of my head.
Okay. Could be a light, could be a camera.
Yes, sir.
We're not sure.
That's correct.
Okay. When you took this photo, though, you were documenting the solar light that's on.
Correct.
Right? Okay. Now, you were shown, perhaps, and when you testified earlier today, you talked about basically a still frame from the Wise camera, and it was looking out at that garage door we've been talking about, right?
Correct.
Were you told at some point that there was something significant about what that camera had captured on the early morning hours of November 20th?
Later on, I was told that, yes.
Okay. And did you know that that's part of the reason why you were, was that part of the reason why you were interested in photographing this solar light?
Yes.
Okay. Because it's a motion censored solar light, right?
Correct.
And it would have come on, presumably that evening on November 20th. And in fact, in the video, that light does come on during a period of time, right?
That's correct.
And a figure is seen walking past that garage door, right?
Correct.
And the idea is going to be that the figure walks past that garage door. Now, once the figure walks past the garage door, the video can no longer capture where that person goes, right?
Correct. Just that it was going from north to south.
Right. So walking towards those, I'll just put it back for us in D1279, walking towards these pine trees, or these, I don't know if they're pines, but there's some kind of bush or tree that's next to the garage, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so it's possible that that person was walking next to the garage door and continued walking behind those pines to the generator, right?
Objection.
Can you come up, please? I'm going to sustain the form of that question, but I'll allow counsel to ask a different question. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, okay, sorry, sir, so I guess the question is this. The figure in the pertinent video clip from the Ys inside the garage can be seen walking past this garage door that we see on screen, correct?
Correct.
And specifically walking from the area of where that meter is in the direction of where that ladder is, right?
Correct.
And then, obviously, once that person gets beyond the garage door, we can no longer see where they go because they're out of visual range of the camera, right?
Correct.
But they're headed in, but we see on the right side of this photo that there are those shrubs or trees, right?
Correct.
And that behind there is where you located the generator.
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever, and let me just ask a foundational question, I'm sorry. The structure of this garage door, it looks like it has frosted panes on it.
Appears to.
Did you notice that when you were actually on the property?
I mean, I photographed it and I
Yeah.
noticed it, sure.
Yeah. And then it's got one support beam running through the middle from the top to the bottom.
Correct.
And then it has 3 support beams that run from the left to right horizontally across the door, right?
Yes.
Do we know how, did you ever take any measurements of that door from, let's say, where the light is down to the ground?
No.
Did you take any measurements from the tallest part of the support structure in the door down to the ground?
No.
Okay. So did you take any measurements of the door?
No. I was merely at this point documenting the light.
Right.
That
Sure.
light works.
Sure. But, I mean, I think one of the things that you're clearly capable of, and it's, I'm not saying that, I'm just asking if you were asked to do these things, really. Did anybody ever ask you to take measurements like that?
No.
Okay. There were other things we saw, like with the blood in the kitchen. You were able to put those to a scale, obviously.
Yes, sir.
And that's a smaller scale, but it's a scale. It's in inches, right, or millimeters?
Yes. Depends on the scale.
Right. And so, because sometimes scale is certainly important in an investigation.
Yes, sir.
And you had the ability, obviously, to take the measurements like we saw from that dirt road to where the orange gloves were, right?
Yes.
So, and you have tape measures and things of that nature, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you have the ability in your department at the prosecutor's office to take measurements of something like a garage door, right?
Yes.
Okay. But nobody asked you to do it in this case.
Correct.
The knife block that you mentioned before, you were actually shown that it was the Sabatier knife block,
Yes, sir.
and you collected that from the kitchen, right?
I did.
Now, the DNA swabs from the knife in this case, the knife from 15 Willowbrook, those swabs were taken from the knife that was found in the debris pile.
That's correct.
And that was the debris pile in the foyer of the house, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you note in your report that when you see the Sabatier knife block, you notice that there's 2 knives missing from the block, right?
Correct.
And one of them is a bread knife,
Correct.
and you can see that that's lying on the counter right in front of the block.
Correct.
So you know where that knife goes.
Correct.
The other knife from that block that's unaccounted for appears to be the knife that's in the foyer.
Correct.
Okay. Now, there was, I should say, more than one knife block in the kitchen.
Yes.
And obviously it was significant that that knife in the foyer was located not in the kitchen, but seemingly on the ground in another room of the house, correct?
Correct.
There were other knife blocks, and on those other knife blocks, there were additional, it appears that there are spaces for knives that were not present. Is that fair to say?
I'd have to refer to the photo, but
Okay.
I believe you.
Let's just look at it. This is D1-251.
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
That was another knife block at the house, right?
Yes, it is.
And then it looks like there's a space for 6 knives there.
Yes.
And then we have 4 knives visible.
Correct.
And then we're gonna go, let's just take a look now at, this is D1-252. This is this, to the left, we're gonna see the Sabatier knife block, correct?
Correct.
Now, was that where you placed the bread knife?
Yes, sir.
And that would be presumably where the knife from the foyer would have gone?
Correct.
I would imagine?
Yes, sir.
There's also a slot over here.
There's no, there's 2 slots.
It looks like there's a slot to the left. I'm going to show you a different photo, slightly different angle. D1-255.
So there is, possibly, it's hard to tell from there, but
Okay. Because it looks like there's a third open slot in the left lower portion of that block.
okay.
If you disagree, just let me know.
Could be.
Yeah. You matched these up. You matched up the one in the foyer based on the logo, right?
The shape of the handle and the logo.
Okay. And
This was the.
yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say the block itself was collected just for the purpose of identifying or
Right.
comparing
Sure.
the logos and the type of knives.
Right. So obviously, we can look and see how many empty spaces there are on the block.
Yeah.
Sure.
Or at least where it came from.
You put but just so we're clear though, you put the bread knife back in the block,
Yes, I did.
and you left it in the block,
Correct.
and it's still in there now.
Correct.
So now, if there were originally 3 open knife slots, there'd be 2,
Correct.
because one of them is now, the bread knife is now occupying one of them, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Just going to show you the logo. D1-254, that's the logo that you were seeing on the top of the knives?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to also show you D1-256. Here we've got your evidence marker in front of the knife block.
Yes, sir.
And here again, we can kind of see that there's what appears to be an empty slot on the left side of the
Correct.
block.
Yes, sir.
Right?
That's more clear.
Yeah. Now there's also a Henkel set here.
Yes, sir.
And that has, it looks like there's some, I don't know if you're going to agree or not, but it looks to me like there's some empty slots on that block as well.
Yes, sir.
That one was not collected.
Correct.
Okay. And the other knives that may correspond with that block, were any of them located in this?
No.
Okay. Just to clarification picture, D1-257, I'm sorry, yes, dash 257. That's just for purposes of showing, this is the bread knife, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's where you found it when you walked into the room?
Yes, sir.
Now, this is D1-283. We see a traffic cone in that photo, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that the paved deck? Is that sitting on the paved deck of the house?
Correct.
And then we're gonna see it's like a stucco staircase going upwards in that photo?
Yes, sir.
And at the top of that is a balcony, right?
Yes.
And that actually is, the photos that I showed you right at the beginning when we first started speaking was the two photos of the backyard. They were taken from that balcony, right?
I believe, yes, they were.
Okay. Do you see in this photo, towards the center, there's a burnt area of the house on the second floor?
Yes.
And if you were to, or if you recall, there's a set of sliding doors there?
There's obviously doors leading up to it. I don't know if they were sliding.
Okay, but there's doors to enter into the house there, right?
Yes, sir. Into the master bedroom.
That's the master bedroom. And so these windows here are windows that are connected with the master bedroom.
I believe so, yes.
And so we're looking out of this side of the house. If we looked out those windows, presumably we'd be looking to the area of the backyard where the solar panels are, right?
Yes, to the west side of the residence.
And we see running along the photo from the center to the left, towards the middle of the photo, we see that stone wall that we talked about before, right?
Yes, sir.
The one that we're not exactly sure how tall it is, right?
Correct.
The shell casings that you found outside, from the vantage point of this photo, were on the other side of that wall, right?
Correct. Well, what do you mean the other side? From the vantage point of this photo is right on the right side of this wall.
So I'm saying...
Oh, the shell casings, I'm sorry. I thought you
yeah.
were talking about the cartridge. Yes, on the other side of that.
Okay. So they're all found much closer to where the generator was, right?
Correct.
Okay. But still on the same side of the house that the master bedroom is, right?
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
At least where those windows are, yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Just to talk about the perimeter of the search that you were mentioning before, you actually took some photos, I think you took these, of the road where Long Bridge met Willowbrook Road?
Yes, sir.
Did you walk this or did you drive down there? Do you remember?
I drove down there.
Okay.
And then I walked once. I wanted to get an understanding or document as best I could the location.
Mm-hmm.
So I did drive to that intersection, yes.
You did. And then you kind of walked, looks like you walked back
Correct.
and a little ways, because I think when you took these, you were going to take a look at those orange, blue, and black gloves that were found?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is D1-262, and I think that's going to be the intersection of Willowbrook and Longbridge.
Yes, sir.
Did you, in your travels, did you go anywhere else on Longbridge Road?
No,
You did not.
I did not, no.
When you, yeah, go ahead.
The only reason I took this photo was just to orient, generally speaking, where these gloves were. I didn't, so I was advised about the gloves. I looked at them, and then I thought of the best way to document, where they were, because it's a lot of open land and random trees and stuff like that. So I went to this intersection to document where this is in relation to that, and then kind of walked towards it from there and documented that path so that we can see it, so that it can be seen through photographs.
Right, right. That makes sense. Because what you're trying to do is give somebody who wasn't there a perspective on the steps you took.
Correct. I'm not searching during this. I'm only photographing the location or the area.
Sure. When you went to the property, did you drive to the property? Was it typical for you to drive to the property from the prosecutor's office or from somewhere else?
In this case, it was from the prosecutor's office.
Okay. Do you remember if you took Longbridge Road to get there, or did you take 34?
I came off of 34.
You did? Okay. All right, so let's just take a look at where those gloves were found. It looks like you start by going to that intersection, Longbridge and Willowbrook, right?
Yes, sir.
Then you're gonna D1-264. Now it looks like, I think you're walking back down Willowbrook towards 15 ultimately, right?
Yes, yeah, I'm walking west
And
on Willowbrook Road.
Gotcha. And we see on the right side of the road in that photo, we see a wooden fence.
Yes,
And then in D1-265, I think you've now come to that wooden fence and you're making a right onto that dirt road.
correct, facing roughly north.
You walk up that road. You walk up that road a ways, and then it looks like your perspective kind of goes. I'm sorry. This is a D1-266. Perspective kind of turns left towards. Looks like sewer drainage, cement piping there.
Yes, sir.
You then into.
I wanted to show where that piping was in relation to the road as well, to kind of help orient the photograph.
Right, understood. And then in D1-267, you're moving closer,
Yes, sir.
and then I omitted some of your photos, apologies, but you eventually get up to that area that you've been shooting here, and then in D1-268, you're taking a picture of the gloves close up, correct?
Correct.
And you take a picture of both of them, that's D1-268, and this is D1-269.
Correct.
And they were located fairly close together, right?
They were about, there's a photograph where you can see their distance roughly from each other. They weren't like right next to each other.
Yeah, but they're in the same general
10 yards or something, but yes.
Okay. Now, obviously, you talked during your direct testimony about these gloves, and it was mentioned that ultimately they were not submitted to any laboratory, right?
Correct.
It was determined that that was not going to be necessary, right?
Correct.
It was determined that they might most likely did not have anything to do with the case, right?
They didn't have anything to do with the case.
But this area is obviously it's over a mile away
Correct.
from the house, right?
Correct.
And so it's your understanding that these two gloves were found by a canine?
Yes. They were found by K-9, but they were found as part of a much larger search, including multiple officers.
Yeah,
It wasn't a tracking K-9. It
well,
wasn't tracking from something from the scene. It was he was just searching.
I'm just saying it was found by K-9.
That's true.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. And so, were you familiar with this area prior to this investigation?
No, sir.
You were not?
No.
Okay, so you had not, and prior to this, had you been on Long Bridge Road or these other surrounding roads
No.
in that area? No?
No.
Okay. Did you have any conversations with the Colts Neck Police Department about the surrounding area?
No.
You did not?
I did not.
What bodies of water, woods, places where things could, like, that could be pertinent to the investigation?
I did not.
You did not? Just want to talk about specifically the electric docks for a second, if we could. I know we've seen 1,000 of these, but just so we're on the same page about what we're talking about. This is D1284. That's that box where we saw you took out the door cover to it earlier today.
The door, yes.
And then at the base of this, there's a small gray object, right?
Yes.
And actually, we'll just get closer to it. This is D1-285. There it is lying on the ground.
Yes, sir.
And this is the way, you photographed this, right?
Correct.
And this is the way you found it?
Yes.
And then in D1286, you placed that number 10 evidence cone there?
Yes, sir.
And then you collected that gray item on the ground, right?
That's correct.
Now you determined that it was kind of like a lock for that metal door that you showed us today, right?
Correct.
And this item was made of plastic, right?
Correct.
And somebody had kind of twisted that item on the ground, twisted that lock until it snapped off.
Yes.
It appeared to you.
It appears that way.
Yes. You were in the, and so twisting it to snap it off specifically would mean that it wasn't cut with something like a tool, like a plier, right?
Correct.
And it wasn't cut with something like a knife, right?
Correct.
But you were also in the basement of the house, and you did have some communication with at least a person whose last name was Abraham,
Yes.
and
Michael Abraham.
you knew that there were obviously areas of interest in terms of the wiring in the basement, right?
Yes, I was not tasked with documentation of that electrical wiring. That was Detective Cordomo was specifically tasked with that part of the investigation.
Okay. Okay. So you don't have independent knowledge of whether wires in the basement were twisted out or whether they were cut with a tool?
I have no idea.
Okay. Now there was a safe, I think, on the second floor of the house that you kind of, it looks like you opened it at some point?
Yes, sir.
And you did that using a hydraulic spreader?
I didn't. I believe it was detectives from the narcotics unit assisted in using that hydraulic spreader.
Okay. And that's because the safe was locked?
Correct.
And the safe, Like, it's the kind of safe I'd imagine, so even like, you needed something powerful to get the door open.
Yes, sir.
And was there any indication to you that somebody had tried to get into the safe with a tool or anything like that prior to your arrival?
No.
Okay. When you opened this, was there some kind of damage to the safe that made you interested in opening it?
It was just as a matter of thoroughness and documenting what's inside the safe, and nothing further than that. There was no damage, nothing visible, just that there was a safe found on the second floor, and as part of the investigation, I was tasked with documenting the items inside the safe.
Okay. So, but obviously, it was locked, and it had to have been locked, because if it was open, you wouldn't have needed the machine to get inside.
Correct.
And you didn't know if it was gonna be empty or whether it was gonna have things in it, right?
That's correct.
And it had things in it.
I would object to this.
Okay, so, sorry about that, sir. You open the safe, and ultimately you're going to inventory the safe.
Yes, sir.
And there's various items in the safe, including cash, right?
If you're saying it is, I'd refer to,
I can take.
not saying there's not, I just
Sure.
don't know what's in there.
And then specifically, there was jewelry in the safe.
I remember that, yes.
Okay. At some point in time, you actually collected the items that were in the safe, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm assuming you didn't leave any of those items on the floor at the house, right?
Correct.
You took everything that you took from the safe with you, right?
Correct.
And then you did, in some fashion, inventory what was in the safe, right?
Yes.
And actually, there was a point in time over the summer where myself and Ms. Mastalone were able to take some pictures of what was in that safe. We came to the prosecutor's office.
Yes, sir.
And you were there.
Yes, sir.
And I'm sorry. Okay. So, and you also took photos of that, of the safe contents, correct?
Not that day, but yes.
But you did take
I
the
did.
pictures, right? Okay. So this is going to be, if we could show D1-287, and it's going to be on this table. Is that the photo you took?
Yes.
Okay. And we see there's bags and pouches here, and what appears to be Tiffany jewelry,
Correct.
and they're all the same color, right? They're all this kind of...
The bags and pouches, yes.
Yeah, there's all this kind of like aqua blue color,
Correct.
and... And then, I'm sorry, could we switch back to 2? This is the master bedroom, correct?
What's the number?
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. This is D1-287?
That's what we just called the last picture.
I'm sorry, D1 dash, it's gonna have to be, this is gonna have to be D1-299, or, yes, 299,
299?
yes.
Okay.
Is this you recognize this as the master bedroom?
I don't. I mean, I'm not saying it's not. Based off of this photo alone, it's hard to tell.
It's hard to tell. Do you see a long set of drawers in this photo?
Yes, I do.
Do you see what appears to be a bed in this photo?
Yes, I do.
It's certainly fair to say that this is a shot taken at 15 Willowbrook, right?
Yes, and it's fair to say it's a bedroom. Again, I'm not telling you you're wrong. I'm not sure which one.
That's okay. I think before we saw some pictures when Ms. Wallace was asking you questions, and you had an opportunity to see Sophia's bedroom, right?
Yes,
and Jesse's bedroom,
Yes.
and you also saw the master bedroom,
Yes, I did.
and you had an opportunity to see the furniture, and that there was different furniture in each bedroom, right?
Correct.
In this photo, this is the second floor of the house, right?
Yes, all the bedrooms are in the second floor.
Yeah. You see those same color, light turquoise pouch and box in this photo on the floor?
Yes, I do.
Did you place those there?
No, I did not.
Did it appear to you to be on top of the debris rather than under the debris?
Yes.
Do you know how those got there?
No.
You certainly didn't put them there.
Of course not.
You were also provided this is D1 294. You took a photo of this. This is an evidence bag, and it has the Monmouth County Prosecutor's number for this case on it.
Yes.
And these items were dropped off to you, or you were collected?
They were given to me. I don't remember the specifics. I don't believe that, I think another detective ultimately gave it to me.
Okay. So you didn't collect them directly from anybody outside of law enforcement?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know why you were given these clothes?
No.
Do you know where the clothes came from?
Based off of what I'm looking at from Lisa Caneiro. But
Okay.
I don't know, I don't know or remember why, but I just know that they were given to me, again, as the evidence custodian. No one else is going to take custody of them. So they were given to me to document and then secure in the evidence vault.
But is it your recollection that these clothes were given to you because they were at some point in time inside 15 Willowbrook?
I don't know.
Yes,
All right.
yes.
I'm going to sustain that objection. Oh, you can ask another question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge.
Sure.
The bag that we saw, the photo of, the evidence bag, this was given to you.
Correct.
And then, did you ever open that bag?
I don't know.
Do you remember if you took some photos of the contents of the bag?
I do not remember.
Okay. Just gonna show you a couple of things. I'll just approach with these. Recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. So just for the record, I showed you D298, 297, 296, and 295.
Correct.
Do you, after looking at these photos, do you recognize them to be the contents of what was in that bag?
Based solely off of that, there's, presumably, makes sense. It's a gray tank top, gray and white tank top, but I have no context right now of what you're referring to. So if I looked at all the photographs, or if I had the log numbers or something along those lines, it would certainly help.
Okay. All right.
Not saying you're wrong, I'm just saying it's hard to positively identify it based off of that
That's fine.
7 years ago.
That's fine. We can move on. I think it's suffice to say that there's no reason to doubt that the bag contained clothes, right?
Yes.
And okay. And if you don't recognize the exact clothing that was in the bag, that's fine. Do you have a recollection of whether the bag contained men's clothes or women's clothes?
This bag would have contained a gray and white tank top from Elisa Caneiro.
Did it contain other items or just that?
I believe just that.
Okay. Just a couple more photos from the second floor. Showing you D1-293. Okay, you recognize that area, right?
That's the master bedroom.
That's the master bedroom. And we can tell because we see those doors that lead out onto the balcony.
Yes, sir.
And that window we see in the photo, in the center of the photo.
Yes, sir.
We saw that window when we were looking at from the ground, when we were looking at the place where the live round was found.
Correct.
And then if you look out that window to the right, you're going to see, you would be looking in the direction of the area where the shell casings were.
Correct.
Showing you what's been marked D1-292. Is that, we're looking in the same general area in that photo?
Correct.
So again, we're in the master bedroom, right?
That's correct.
And again, on the floor, we're actually going to see some of those same turquoise bags and boxes that we saw in the other photo.
Correct.
And obviously, it appears there's more in this photo, so I'm just going to ask again. You didn't place those there, right?
Correct.
Those doors, the sliding doors, that is, in this photo, appear to be open.
Yes, sir.
Did you open them?
I did not.
They were open when you got there.
When I arrived, yes, they were.
Okay. Do you know who opened them?
I can presume that the firefighters opened them, but I don't know for sure.
Did they open them from the outside or the inside?
I don't know.
Do you know if they were locked or unlocked when the firefighters got there?
I do not.
Would you agree with me that if you walk out those doors, you're gonna be right on that balcony we talked about before?
Yes, sir.
And that there's a staircase on the balcony?
Yes, sir.
And then that leads down to the ground level?
Yes, sir.
Now, you also, I'll come back to this in a second, I'm sorry. There was some other evidence that you collected in this case. There were DNA swabs that you went back to the house to get
Where?
at 15 Willowbrook from the kitchen?
From the kitchen?
Yeah.
Yes.
And that was in 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And that was February? Or was that later?
I'd have to refer to either my report or the property receipt on the date. Sounds about right, though.
Can I see counsel, please? I'm going to give you your afternoon break right now. Sorry, just lost my voice. We'll start back up at 20 to 4, so you guys can take your mid-afternoon break. Thank you.
you go?
You're good, you're good, thank you. See how helpful I am?
Yes, thank you.
All right, we're ready to continue cross-examination?
Thank you, Judge.
Sure, go ahead.
So, I think we left off, sir, I was asking you about the exact date you went back to 15 Willowbrook to do the swabs of the blood in the kitchen.
Yes, sir.
And I think you were asking to see your report on that. So
To confirm the date.
Sure, sure. So this is S-280.
February 18th, 2020.
Okay,
Nope,
think
that's
it was
not true.
February.
Hold on, I'm sorry, I'm looking
Yeah.
at the wrong part.
yeah.
February 24th, 2020.
Close. It's February of 2020.
Yes, sir.
Now, those areas that you went back and swabbed in 2020, they were originally identified as areas of potential interest back in 2018, right?
By Detective Cordoma, yes.
Okay. And you were advised about them back in November of 2018, right?
I documented them in
Yeah.
2018, yes.
So I'm just wondering, there was a decision made, I guess, at some point to go back to the house in 2020
Yes, sir.
and to swab those areas.
Yes, sir.
And this is, you know, more than a year after the events that took place there.
This was done in furtherance of the investigation at the direction of Detective Cordoma, who was conducting a bloodstain pattern analysis report.
Okay. The swabs though were, as far as I understand, not so much for pattern analysis as they were for DNA analysis.
Yes, but they're also swabbed in areas where Detective Cordoma was describing what he observed in his report.
Right.
So it wasn't just randomly swabbing an area where we saw,
Okay.
where I saw, or blood was found. It was areas throughout his bloodstain pattern analysis that he saw movement or he saw something important that documents that location.
Okay, so it sounds like you were up to speed as far as why he was looking to swab the areas that he swabbed. Directed.
Generally, yes, but he's the one directing me to do it. I don't know,
Right.
or at least I'm not going to speak about why he chose those locations and what he said. I was photographing, again, because I'm still the lead, but he's the one conducting the bloodstain pattern analysis report. So I'm photographing those respective locations and collecting swabs and/or scrapings at his direction.
Got it. Obviously, those were areas of interest because they were reported, but it's apparent to me, I think you said it as much in your statement just now. Those were areas of interest because they showed movement. The blood itself showed movement. Somebody moving through the scene.
Showed a pattern that he felt, yes.
At least one person moving through the scene, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the scene had been, when we talked about the scene being released by law enforcement, the scene was released prior to this February 24th, 2020 date, right?
Correct.
And it's hard to say who else was in the house in between your involvement in November of 2018 and then when you went back in 2020.
Correct.
Parts of the house were boarded up, right?
Correct.
But there's also indication that there were other people in that house in the intervening period of time, right?
In what way?
Well, were you aware there was?
You're presuming that someone did, is that what you're saying? Or-
I'm just saying, we know that the gentleman from Rimkiss was there,
Yes.
so he got in,
True.
and we don't know how he got in. You don't know how he got in, I should say.
Agreed.
But obviously he sent you those samples of the debris on the floor, right?
Correct.
And the only way he could do that is if he was inside the house.
That's correct.
So at least he was in there.
Yes, sir.
Then there's those boxes and pouches of that turquoise color jewelry we saw on the floor in the master bedroom, right?
Yes, sir.
Now you didn't leave those there, right?
No.
Did you notice those on the floor on top of the debris when you were there?
They were within the debris, but I photoed it, so I didn't make note of it mentally, but I photoed, that's the reason why I take so many photos.
Now obviously, we also don't know how those came to be on the floor like they were, right?
Correct.
We know that the house had a number of entrances in terms of ways to get into it, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was only, in terms of ways in, that was only further expanded by the fire damage.
Correct.
Blowing out windows and blowing out, and basically exposing areas of the second floor that were previously glass. You could then get in the house that way, in the balcony, right?
Yes, sir.
So, and you know, it's not like once you leave a scene, you really have a way to keep track of who's coming in and out of a property, right?
When it's released, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes. Correct.
So we know at least the gentleman from Rimkiss was in there. We don't really have any idea who else was in there between November of 2018 and February of 2020, do we?
Correct.
Now, you also went, I'm sorry. You documented a number of items that were received by you from the Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's Office.
Yes, sir.
Now, those were things that were collected during autopsies in this case, right?
Correct.
And then if they were personal property or things of that nature, they were provided to you so you could catalog them and keep them in a certain place, right?
Correct.
And one of the things that came back with the autopsy of Jesse Caneiro was an earring.
Are you asking me, or?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And that, do you know why that item of evidence came back?
I believe it was on his ear.
You think it was on his ear?
I don't.
Listen, I'm not saying, is that more of a guess or is that more of an assertion?
I'd have to refer to which we're not going to look at here, the autopsy photos. But I can tell you that during the autopsy, all I can say for sure is that during the autopsy, one of the items recovered was an earring.
Okay. All right. And that obviously, just for clarification, first, that was during Jesse Caneiro's autopsy, right? Which is why it was returned as part of that investigation.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And again, I'd have to refer to that to confirm it, but I trust that you're reading it and that it was part of that.
If you want, I can show you your report, sir, it's not a problem. S-275. If you look at the top entry on page 28.
Okay. I don't, you want me to refer to? Yeah, if
No,
it's
I mean,
a
go ahead.
white metal clear stone earring recovered at the Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's office during the autopsy of Jesse Caneiro.
Okay, thanks. Now, you went to a place also called Snapbox Self-Storage in
Yes,
this
sir.
case? And was that to go to an evidence, or to a storage locker that, it was your understanding that Paul Caneiro leased?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. When you got there, did you document that scene?
Yes, I did.
And that was in terms of photographs, right?
Yes, I did.
As well as inventorying anything that you were going to take from the scene?
Correct.
I think you only took one item.
I believe so.
It was a computer?
Computer of some sort, yes.
Okay, do you know how to use that computer?
I do.
You don't. I think you determined that the storage locker seemed to be in, your words, fairly orderly fashion.
Yes, sir.
Mostly contained furniture.
Yes, sir.
It didn't contain any, anything other than the laptop. There was nothing in there that you determined to be of evidentiary value.
Correct.
Okay. And do you remember if you were personally involved in getting, now storage companies, was this your first time going to a storage company for an investigation or no?
I believe so, yes.
Oh, it was?
Yes.
Okay. Did you learn that, storage companies keep records of when the lessees of the lockers come onto the property?
I was just tasked with documenting the contents and the interior of the storage locker, as well as collecting items that we felt to be of evidentiary value.
Okay.
Anything further than that, then I can't speak about.
Got it. So you weren't involved in obtaining any records about when the last time, say, Paul Caneiro was at the storage facility?
Correct.
Okay. Did you come to learn anything about that from the other law enforcement personnel who were involved?
No.
You did not? Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you for your time today, sir. I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
Thank you, Judge. Sergeant, the gentleman from Rimkus that you were asked about, do you recall being asked about him
Yes, I do.
being inside of 15 Willowbrook Road?
Yes, sir. Or ma'am, sorry.
Do you know if he was hired by the insurance company to do the inspection for cause and origin, like Mr. Lightbody was with the other scene?
I believe so.
You were asked some questions about that shell casing that was found in the debris on the stairwell. Do you recall being asked that on cross-examination?
I do.
And I think you had indicated, or there was some indication that it could have moved from someplace else because of all of the water and fire suppression efforts?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But nonetheless,
Been saying it for hours.
I'm sorry?
Sorry, I said sir again.
That's okay. Nonetheless, on that stairwell is where Jennifer Caneiro was found, right?
Correct.
Okay, and did she have a gunshot wound?
Yes.
With regard to the gloves, the orange and blue gloves that were discussed that were found,
Can you just remind us, how far were they found from Willowbrook Road?
Approximately over a mile away.
and were they located essentially where they were? Was there an opening to the park for Cross Farm soccer field there?
I believe so.
Okay. Can we have slide S437?
That's okay, I'm gonna show you.
What's been marked as S437, you don't have to look up.
You marked off, did you mark off in red the area where the gloves were located?
Yes, I did.
And right next to that area, what is that we're looking at?
Are you talking about this?
Yes.
It looks like a field of some sort.
And then does it actually say above it, Cross Farm Soccer Fields?
Yes.
Now, I just want to be clear, because yesterday we heard about a cadaver dog, and then today there was some mention about another dog
Yes,
with regard to the gloves.
correct.
To be clear, the dog who you indicated, I guess, located or the gloves were found because of that dog, is that right? Is that fair to say?
Presumably, yes. The canine handler and the dog
Okay.
found them.
The dog was not tracking a scent from 15 Willowbrook Road, is that right?
Objection, that's not personal knowledge of this detective based on his own testimony.
That's what he testified on cross. I'll allow it.
He was not.
And the dog was not a cadaver dog either, is that correct?
That's correct.
The dog was it trained on the smell of just a human scent?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Murray?
I mean, just very briefly, I suppose. The only point with these gloves is that they're obviously found very far from the house, right? Over a mile from the house.
Right.
And the search area is obviously very big, right?
Correct.
Because the area that you're searching is, it's a rural area, it's sparsely populated, right?
Correct.
There's a lot of places where items of potential evidentiary value might be deposited, right?
Yes.
And it's one of the areas where a dog in the case found something that potentially could have been interesting, right?
That's a good way to describe it, yes.
But it's certainly not the only place where items could have been located, right?
Correct.
And it's such a big area that we can't say with any certainty that everything that was important to this case was located, right?
Can you repeat that question?
We can't say in this entire area that was searched that everything important to the case was found, can we?
I guess not.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Judge.
You can step down. Short witness. Because of the length of this witness today, we're not going to start a new witness. Today, it's a little late in the day to do that. Also, with what happened and losing a day on Monday, some of the scheduling has had to change. It's no one's fault. I don't want you to hold that against either side. It is no one's fault, other than Mother Nature, as we know. So what we're going to do is that we're going to finish for today. We'll be back tomorrow. As a reminder, we have tomorrow, and then we're not back again until the following Monday. We're not here on Friday, so you do have Friday off. That was the day that had to be planned off, so that's not something, again, I don't want you to worry about that. We're still way on track of where we want to be, but we didn't have a choice. So we have tomorrow, we'll only have 3 days this week, but then next week we'll get back on track and we'll keep moving in the direction that we're moving. So I hope everybody has a nice night. Please be safe. I'll see you back tomorrow morning. Don't discuss this case, don't do any research, and we'll see you tomorrow at 8. Thank you. More. Can you stop breaking things? All right, just take a seat for a second. Okay, can I have the attorneys up here for a second? White noise, please. back on the record. We just discussed a few of the scheduling issues that we have coming up. Not issues, but as we're going to proceed forward. So we'll be back tomorrow, and like I said, Friday will be an off day, and then for everyone who is here, so that you know, we'll be back in for 4 days, and we'll let you know those days as we go along. So you can know for sure it'll be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but we'll see about Thursday and Friday, which day we're going to take off. Otherwise, we're done for today. We'll be back here tomorrow at 8 o'clock, start at 8:30, and if there's any issues, just let me know. Everybody have a nice night. Thank you.